Here we are, folks. Boy versus girl in the World Series of Love. Have you got the look? You walked in, I woke up. I never seen a pretty girl look so tough, baby. You got that look. Color your peach and black. Color me taking it back. Crucial. Think I want you. You got me hooked in my book. If love is good, let's get to rimming. You got the look. You got the look. Look here. You got the look. You must have took a whole hour just to make up your face, baby. Close the time, ugly lights, everybody looks spectacular. But you are a natural beauty, unaffected. My face is red. I stand corrected. You got the look. Who got that look up in here? In my book. Let's get to the ramming. If you got the look, press 1. Who got that look? Press 1. Adrian got that look. That's what I'm talking about. Annie got that look. SA 180 got that look. Hollywood Dragon got that look. Indigo got that look. Scorpio Forever got that look. Irrational got that look. Tara got that look. Ray got that look. Color your peach and black. Color me taking it back. Who else got that look? Miss Rayson got that look. Showing up to be cooking in my book. Let's get to ramming. Hey, Patricia. Hey, young soul. Hey, Sarah. Sarah got that look. You got the look. All right. You know I had to get my warm up in. Had to get my dance on real quick. Because I got that look. Woo. You got that look. You must have took a whole hour just to make up your face, baby. Close the time, ugly lights, everybody looks spectacular. But you are a natural beauty, unaffected. Oh yeah, that's my shit. I was hearing the Prince today. I was hearing a lot of Prince songs. So that's one of my favorite songs by Prince. Hope everybody is doing well. Room is filling up. We got 36 people up in here. Hopefully we'll have some more. Hold on, I gotta drink some water. Out of breath. Yes, I had root beer tonight, and I might crack open another one. And let me tell you what I got tonight. So I was at the store earlier, and they had these, the ices you can get with the polar bear. That polar bear look all weird. Anyway, they got the icy thing you could put in the freezer. It tastes just like an icy. I have to admit, I'm a big kid when it comes to like drinks and stuff. So I still love ices, Slurpees, stuff like that. Anything frozen. Oh my God. but it tastes just like an icy. But it's not red, so I was kind of disappointed. Hey, Siobhan, how you doing? It's not red, so I was kind of disappointed. It's white, but I guess that's better because they don't have that red dye number 40 up in there. Whew. All right. Had to get a little sweating. Whew. All right. How y'all doing? I hope everybody's doing well. Yes, I'm obsessed with root beer. Now, I don't know if that's going to come to an end, though, because I've had an evolution. I'm going to tell y'all about my evolution in terms of sodas. So I've always been drawn to the brown sodas. And I noticed that is a Sagittarius thing. First of all, Sagittarius, and for those that don't know, I am a Sagittarius. Sagittarius, we like things bold. We like things big. We like things like really like full flavor. We like that extra kick. So I like any type of soda that's like, number one, it got to be real strong. Like it got to almost like slap you in the face when you drink it, number one. Number two, I prefer dark sodas to like Sprite and like, even though I love me some ginger ale. And this is all, this is apropos for Taurus season because, Taurus deals with food and drink and taste and preferences. So since it's still Taurus season, we might as well get into some food stuff too tonight. So again, I'm always fond of the darker sodas. Now, I'll tell you the ones that, so my favorite basically starting off, I'll say as an adult, Dr. Pepper all day. Fountain soda Dr. Pepper is the best. See, I got this down to a science. So fountain soda Dr. Pepper is the best. Get in the Dr. Pepper with the 2-liter, like it goes flat too quick. So I can't do the 2-liter. I don't even like doing the small bottles of Dr. Pepper. All right. I don't even like doing the small. Oh my God, I see you. I'm going to send you an email. Hold on. I'm going to be bringing a special guest on tonight, so I'm excited about that. You can hear me, right? I didn't bring you on yet. I'm going to bring you on in a minute, but just nod if you can hear me because I can see you. Do you want to be on video? Do you mind? Okay, so you don't mind? Oh, okay, because I think the ladies would. Oh, let me stop because you're in a relationship. Let me stop playing. Is your woman with you? Oh, I can't even hear you. Send me an email real quick and let me know what the situation is because I can run my mouth and I might say something that may not be right. But yeah, I got a special guest coming on tonight, so I'm excited about that. And but going back to the soda situation, so yeah, so Dr. Pepper I love, but it got to be the okay, cool. Let me stop. But you got to tell me something else, though. What about that replay, though? Do I have to be concerned about that? Message me and let me know. Anyway, about that soda situation. First of all, let me just segue into this real quick. The guest I'm about to bring on, already there's been a problem before with his ex. So whoever my client is, or if I'm cool with you, I'm real chummy with you. But then if it's a dude, then sometimes, and if he has a girlfriend, his girlfriend may think that I'm like pushing up on him or whatever. And I'm like, so that actually happened one time. And he could actually tell you that story because that's in the past. But yeah, that was kind of funny. But I told him that, things could get really tense with that particular relationship as he found out. But yeah, he could share that story with you when he comes on. Wait a minute, I'm looking for my water. All right. So anyway, so Dr. Pepper, the best form is fountain soda or in the can. Either any other way, it's not going to work. But then I also like Coke, but cherry Coke. I really don't like regular Coke because, again, I'm a Sagittarius. I need something extra. Oh, speaking of Chick-fil-A, Tara, I made the Chick-fil-A lemon meringue pie that I said I was going to do on Patreon. Speaking of Patreon, if anybody wants to become a patron, I'm starting to really build the page up with a lot of juicy content. We recently did a watch party, and it was really good. It had to deal with goodwill, United Way relationships, which is a term I've coined for relationships where basically you're giving more than what you're receiving. So I know a lot of y'all have experience with those type of relationships. So that wasn't the watch party. That was a live stream. But then we did a watch. Did we do a watch party? My memory is failing me. Yes, we did do a watch party. It was about that documentary. Oh, I love it. Pass the peas like we used to do. Pass the peas like we used to do. Come on, pass the peas like we used to do. That's what I'm talking about, Adrian. We're going to pass the peas tonight. Yes. Thank you so much for your super chat. That's right. And we are going to be doing one card readings. If anybody would like a one card reading, but I please hold off on the one card readings requests until we get to like the middle of this live stream. And I don't want to say it because y'all always like to clown me when I say it, but I'm not going to be on here long tonight. I mean it. So yeah, because I got a lot to do. So, but thank you, Latoya, for your super chat. You said I've learned so much from your Dark Sided series. Thank you so much. Oh, that means a lot. So yeah, the feedback that I get means a whole lot. So, okay, let me tell y'all more about my soda journey. Now, I always love root beer, but I didn't become like really like obsessed or like attached to root beer until like maybe like 5 years ago. No, more than that, maybe 10 years ago. No, was it? Because at one time I was doing Dr. Pepper in the cans. And then I switched to, remember that soda Sundrop? For some reason, I was on Sundrop hard for a minute. But then one day, and then the thing with me is because I have that Taurus South node, but I also have Aquarius on my second house cusp. So I can like suddenly change up in terms of what I like, in terms of my preference. So with that, like one day, and with the Sundrop was cool with the soda, like with the 2 liter. And I would ask my Pisces daughter to get me like a glass of Sundrop sometime. And it just took that one day for me to get the glass of Sundrop, and the glass, like in the soda, was greasy looking. And obviously that meant the glass wasn't washed out right. I guess one of my children didn't wash the glass out right. That did it for me. I was like, no more Sundrop. So all it takes is for me to have a bad experience with something and I'm done. So yeah, but that Sundrop, that wasn't healthy anyway. And I could never stomach it now. It's like when I think about it now, I'm like, oh, that's gross. But then another time I was stuck on Jarritos. Jarritos is this Mexican soda and they have different flavors. All their flavors are really good. And it has natural sugar in it. And I would always get the lime one. And speaking of lime, when I found out about some lime Coke, oh my God. If you never tried Coke flavored with lime, you know how they got those fountain sodas now where you can mix your soda and all that stuff. When that shit came out, I lost my mind. When those soda fountain things came out, you could press the button and be like, and you could mix whatever soda. I lost my damn mind. I was like, and once I saw you could have a lime Coke, I was like, yo, have I died and gone to soda heaven? What the hell? So yeah, the lime Coke. So whenever I go and they got one of those fountain stations like that, I always get the lime Coke, even over Barks root beer if they have it. Barks root beer, though, that's the cheap soda when I'm home, and it has to be in a can. I can't take it in the bottle. I can't deal with the 2 liter or that small, what is that, a 1 liter, not 1 liter, 16 ounce. I can't do it. It has to be a can because the can, and I think some people would relate because people that drink beer, there's some people that only drink beer out of a can. There's other people that only drink beer out of a bottle. And what's up with that? Like, who's a beer drinker in here? Speaking of Taurus season, let's get it out in the open. Anybody drink beer in here? If you drink beer and you like beer, press 1. Because I hate beer. I'm not a big alcohol drinker, period. I don't like the taste. And I definitely don't like the taste of beer. I've never been able to develop that acquired taste. So if you love beer or you like beer, you're a beer drinker, press 1. So OMFG, Tatina said 1. Oh, Sarah, I think you sent me a super chat. Thank you so much, Sarah. You said give it to someone else later. You said I want to know. You're funny. Diana said, I hate beer too. Sarah, you like beer? Indigo likes beer. Blue Hummingbird said 3. What's 3? Danielle likes beer. Oh, right. I didn't even wait, Andre. Hold on. I didn't even notice that. You're so right. You see how everything works out? 12 is the hangman. Who's talking about the perfect beer? What's the perfect beer? India Summer said, been trying not to drink as much soda. Aha, sparkling water, blueberry and pomegranate, watermelon and lime is my jam. Okay. I don't know if I could deal with the sparkling water, but somebody told me that to get the Pellegrino Aranci or something. One of my students told me to check that out, but when I went to the store, they didn't have it. So somebody said Blue Moon, Heineken. Where's that at? Corona or Heineken. Oh, we shouldn't say that. Ooh. Blue Moon with orange slices. Okay. Gotta be fancy with it. You got something in Libra, SA 180 or Sagittarius. Maybe Taurus even with that orange slices. So Annie only likes beer if it's super cold. Lilith said, aha, basically seltzer in a can. Okay. Damn, Indigo. He took it back to the cold 45 malt liquor in the 40 ounce. Damn, Indigo, you took me back. I remember they had this 40 called, I think it was called Red Bull, wasn't it? I'm not talking about the energy drink. I swear there was a 40 used to call it, I think it was called Red Bull. Tahitian treat. I remember that. Isn't that from Canada Dry? Tahitian treat, you took it back to the 80s. You love that malt taste. Malt liquor. That malt liquor gets you fucked up. I know about Mickey's in the green can, that tall green can. I know of a lady that would get fucked up off of that Mickey's. She was an alkie, and that was her drink, Mickey's. She would get drunk and then cuss everybody out. Oh my God, Indian Summer took it back to Zima. You took it back to 1993 and shit. No, you didn't. Do they still make Zima? Modelos. Yup. Damn, where you, Indigo, you in Cali or what? You talk about all the Four Locos. Hey, King Jason. 4040. Rosie said, yes, Pellegrino water. Maybe I need to try that. Margarita. I like the fruity drinks too, but even the margaritas, I don't like that tequila taste. But I love me some Midori because it tastes like, what does Midori taste like to me? Midori tastes like a sour apple Jolly Rancher. Zima is this like light, it's this clear liquor. I don't even know what it was made of. It was probably like watered down vodka or some shit. But I used to drink gin in college. That used to get me fucked up. And that's nasty as hell. You said your mom used to drink malt liquor and would stop and piss every damn second. Damn. When I was a kid, she used to wear bodysuits. I remember them bodysuits. Those were the salt and pepper days. Salt and pepper's here. And we're in effect. Want you to push it back. Cooling my days. And at night, working up a sweat. Come on, girls, let's go. Show the guys that we know. You drinking Jose Cuervo right now? That's that tequila, ain't it? Oh, I remember St. Ides. Those 40s do make you piss like a racehorse. What's the craziest thing somebody's done while drunk? I'll try to think of something I've done like crazy. Oh, I'll tell you this. One time I got drunk. You know, anybody ever drunk dial somebody? I've done that. But I was young. That was my excuse. I was young back then. So I did drunk dial somebody after drink. I think I was drinking gin. And I was like, what? I was probably like 20 at the time. And I had a boyfriend, Virgo. And we got drunk together. And I think I got on the phone and called one of my exes. Yeah, I did. And then the next thing I remember, I woke up the next day and I had like scratches and stuff on my face and like a bruise on my face. I don't know what the fuck happened after that. I just remember calling my ex and talking shit. And next thing you know, I wake up the next day and it's just, I got marks on my face. Yes. Drunk dialing got me hemmed up a little bit. So I don't know what the hell I was saying, but I know I was talking shit. So yeah, I think that's the craziest thing I did. Diana said, wait a minute, Hennessy sidecar is really good and old fashioned. I never heard that Hennessy sidecar. That sounds strong as shit. That sounds like something don't fuck you up. I haven't done anything crazy wild. Oh, matter of fact, I heard somebody was just telling me about Hennessy. What is it called? Hennessy something, and it's banned. Like you can't even get it in the United States. Diana said, I haven't done anything crazy while drunk. Drunks know exactly what they're doing. Don't lie. Nah, I'm serious. I blacked out. After I just remember talking on the phone and talking shit, and then I blacked out from there. And I just woke up the next day feeling sick and with marks all on my face. And I think my lip was all a little busted too. White Hennessy, yeah. That's the one. Isn't it banned in this country? Indian Summit said the drunkest I think I have ever been is the first time I got drunk off of champagne. Okay. Siobhan said, I hope those marks were from a poltergeist. It was from that damn Virgo. Rosie said, Virgo men are insane when they get mad, perfectionist-ish. Mm-hmm. But that's so scary, though, that I don't even remember what the hell happened. That's scary. That's why I don't mess around with alcohol. I do not mess around with alcohol like that. OMFG said the craziest thing I've done while drunk was throw up in the guy's BMW on the outside and inside of the car. It was a gorgeous car. That was our first date. Damn, that was your first. Damn. Oh, I would have never talked to you ever again. Hell no. How you gonna get drunk on the first date, girl? Lil said, first time I was drunk, I was 16 years old. I got drunk because I didn't eat all day and forgot. I puked in my aunt's garden. Damn. Yes, drinking does open you up to vibrational entities. Hold on. All right. Let's see. So you're saying you can only get that white Hennessy overseas or on, why would they sell it on cruise ship? They want people to just go overboard, I see, literally. Speaking of going overboard, have y'all heard the latest? Ohio. Speaking of my guests, Ohio, the Ohio governor. If y'all want to get $1 million, well, you got to be a resident of the state of Ohio. But if you want to get a cool million, you could get that ether shot and you could be in the running to get $1 million. Have y'all heard about that? Who would get the ether shot? Well, some of y'all would get it anyway. Some of y'all would get it for free. But if anybody, would that change anybody's mind to get the ether shot if you had a chance of getting $1 million? And that's part of the reason why I put It's a Mad, Mad World for the title of tonight's live stream, because this world is getting crazier and crazier. Like, I didn't realize they would go to those lengths to try to get people to take the ether shot. So I'm just like, wow. So some of y'all are saying, nope, hell nah. Nope. It's too good to be true, right? Diana, is your mom in Ohio? Or you're just saying she wants to get it now? Adrian said, no, that shot changes your DNA. We better be careful what we say now. Watch what you're saying. Someone's going to hear exactly what you say. Soon you'll be playing. In the dead of night, there'll be nowhere to run. Listen here, I'm getting tired of your shooting lip. You better tighten up or you will really slip, and say something that you mean to do. Turn around and it'll be on you. All right, yeah, we gotta watch what we say. Shit's getting crazy. Hayes said they know black people go to be the first to jump when they talk about money, right? Now that should make people raise an eyebrow. Why should they need to offer you like $1 million? Sexy Nomi said, I like to write. I wrote one of my best home in like 5 minutes when I was drunk. You mean poems, I think? I sent it to my friend back in Yahoo Messenger days, and she's a social worker. She read it and got all hyped up. Oh, well, keep on writing and keep on sipping and writing. But yeah, this shit is getting crazy now. They're getting a little desperate. I'm like, that's some desperation. I don't trust nobody that is in a place of desperation. I don't trust that shit. All right, Nick, you ready to come on? Because we got to get it. Okay, you did. Was that a thumbs up or was that a hold up? Hold up. All right, let's see. We're going to get into some current events, and I'm going to bring my guest on because, again, I don't have a lot of time tonight, so we might as well just get this on and cracking. We do got 79 viewers up in here. Now, before I bring my guest, Nick, on, first of all, I'm going to introduce him. Second of all, let's get into some current events. Oh, speaking of that, I have to make an announcement. If Lex Divine is in here, or if you watch this later, Lex Divine, let me type your name up in here. You're the one person that I didn't get to with the super chat last time. So send me an email. I'm going to write my email. What goes around comes around. What goes up must come down. All right, Lex Divine. If you're in here, I totally apologize about missing your super chat. Send me an email and I will be at your service. So don't worry about that. I got you. And if you're in here, I apologize. If you're not, I hope you watch this live stream so you'll send me an email. All right. What else did I want to say? So Mercury goes retrograde on May 29th. So, you know, y'all already know what Mercury retrograde is about. But Mercury is going to be in Gemini. So you're just going to have to be more careful when driving, but also be careful of what you say. Watch what you're saying. Someone's going to hear exactly what you say. Because Mercury in Gemini retrograde can be extra challenging when it comes to driving, but also communicating. So a lot of our cell phones might be acting up. They might even decide to install some other app on our cell phones while Mercury is retrograde. Remember they did that last year with the whole ether. It was some ether alert shit. I disabled mine. I was like, this shit is going too far. And I remember Windows 10 was giving you updates of the ether as well. So phone might be going haywire. Your Wi-Fi might be going haywire more so than other Mercury retrograde. So we got 12 days for that? No, we got about 15 days. So just know that drive more carefully, be more attentive when on the road, don't be distracted. And again, just be careful what you say because your words could come back to haunt you later. Also, the whole thing about, being careful about signing contracts. Because Mercury's going to be in Gemini, you really don't want to be signing any type of serious contracts because Gemini deals with contracts and so does Mercury. So sometimes you can kind of get away with it during other Mercury retrogrades with the whole contract thing, but with this one, with Mercury and Gemini, Jupiter is in Pisces. So we are at a very magical time. Now, Jupiter won't be in Pisces for that long because Jupiter is going to go retrograde. So Jupiter will go retrograde. Where's it at? On June 20th. And it will only have reached the 2nd degree of Pisces. But even now, this is a magical time, let me tell y'all. So we need to really harness this Jupiter and Pisces energy because these evils that be are going to harness it. Trust and believe. So while Jupiter is in Pisces for this small period of time before it goes retrograde, this is the time to really pray, wish, hope, visualize so you can materialize. Visualize so you can materialize. So yes, this is the time. Yes, Hayes, we are doing readings tonight, but if you could just hold off until I'll say maybe about a half hour or hour into this, I could start taking readings or taking requests. But yeah, Jupiter and Pisces, this is a magical time. This is a time where, yes, you might be a witness to miracles. You might be a witness to the power of prayer. You might be having some very vivid dreams that tells you about what's about to happen in the future. You might have some very vivid dreams about the past. So depending on where Jupiter is transiting your house, like in your chart, that's where you could experience some type of miracle. That's where you could experience some type of magic, I'll say. But you know, there's always a downside to things. Hey, Christina, there's always a downside to things. So the downside of Jupiter and Pisces is that it will be easier to be conned or scammed, to be a victim of identity theft or just theft in general. So you don't want to be caught out there. You want to just make sure you're protecting yourself, protecting your valuables. You don't want to fall for any get rich quick schemes right about now with Jupiter and Pisces. Somebody could be presenting you with some type of scheme, some type of pyramid scheme, some type of multi-level marketing type of opportunity. Just be careful of people presenting you with opportunities. Be careful of believing in outlandish claims with Jupiter's in Pisces. Also, there could be some type of loss that takes place. With Jupiter being in my 2nd house, I'm really happy about that. But on the other hand, I got to be careful because I could suffer a loss if I'm not careful. So just be mindful with that. But yeah, you could do a lot of good with that Jupiter and Pisces. You can basically, again, be a witness to some miracles. All right. So with that being said, you ready? All right. So Nick is ready. So let me introduce Nick. Some of y'all have become acquainted with Nick in one of my interviews. Wasn't it an interview we did on YouTube? And then it was also, we did the Ace of Cups radio show, right? And now we're reunited and it feels so good. Reunited. See, that's how I be making these dudes' girlfriends jealous, because I'll be serenading these dudes and they be all like, oh, does she like him like that? What's going on? Remember, Nick, the ex had a problem with that. So I want you to kind of share that story too. I can't help it. I'm just a happy person. I like to make people happy. And yeah, I ain't trying to push up on your man. So, but anyway, so me and Nick have a special connection because we are both born on December 5th. Nick is much younger than I am. So I could say he's like a young brother of mine. And he's also like my mentee. So I'm kind of like a mentor to him. I do readings for him. And we've had this connect. How long? About 5 years, Nick? Yeah, about 5 years. So I've known Nick for quite a while. I've been with him through some of his relationships, and I'm just very grateful that he trusts in my services. He trusts in my abilities to help provide him with guidance and insight into his life. So yes, he's a Sagittarius like me, but he got this crazy Scorpio stellium, so he's a little bit more on the even darker side than I am. I'll just say that. But the good thing is he channels that Scorpio energy in a very positive way. He's not displaying that dark-sided Scorpio energy, and that's why I have warned him about, you know, him attracting certain women, because he has Venus in Scorpio. So if you have heavy Scorpio energy like Nick does, oh, you're December 5th too? Hey. We also got Latasha is December 5th, and I have Johnny is December. I got a few people that share the same birthday as me. So yeah. So it's nice. All right. So what was I saying? Let me see. I forgot what I was saying. Oh, about that Scorpio energy. So with that heavy Scorpio energy, if you're on the light side with that Scorpio energy, you could attract people that are on the dark side pretty easily. So you might always be tested or tempted, you know, especially when you're doing good, when you're on the right path or you're on the straight and narrow. Scorpios, they can always face temptation, always in some way, shape, or form. So Nick, I'm also gonna talk to you about some of that too, about having that heavy Scorpio stellium in the third house and how that plays out in terms of you attracting certain people that try to pull you in a certain direction. But also, I want Kevin's not Kevin Nick's take on this Kevin Samuels situation. Now, some of y'all, did anybody watch that Tasha K interview with Kevin Samuels? I just only saw a couple of snippets because honestly, I can't tolerate this man. And actually, let me bring up a picture of Kevin. So before I bring Nick on, Nick, I'm about to bring you on in just a second. I've really had enough of this Kevin guy. I mean, I really have. I really don't like to see people's downfall, but I'm like really hoping to see his, because he's an arrogant son of a bitch. So let me just try to find this image of him that I had saved, because this image just says it all. Hold on. I'll just pull a new one. I don't got time to be messing around. Now, the thing with Kevin is, he said that he's not gay, because that's one of the questions that Tasha K asked him, and he emphatically denied being gay. And I beg to differ. Like I said in my Patreon, Kevin broke my gaydar, especially with this picture right here. I don't see, first of all, what straight man got his legs cocked wide open like that? I mean, he looked a little too flexible in the hip area where them legs be going behind his ears. I'm sorry. That's how I'm seeing it. Them legs go way back. He can contort himself in all types of pretzels, all types of fisherman knots, sailor knots. Come on now. Look at them lips. I know dick sucking lips when I see them. Nicole said, I wanted to know if my husband has sexual relations with a girl who he claims is his friend, sister. She was at his 50th birthday party. Okay, thank you for your super chat. I'm going to answer your question when I get to the reading. So you're going to be first. Nicole, you're first on my list. So thank you for the super chat. Yeah, he got them DSLs, man. Platinum edition. And those lips look like they've been rolled hard and put away wet. And you know, when you just let shit be wet, they turn ashy when you don't put no moisturizer or shit on that. And them lips they just look ran through. Yes, he's a whole bottle. I'm like, it's 2021. Why can't you be honest about your sexuality? First of all, Kevin, nobody give a fuck. We all figured it out already. But he gonna sit up there and lie. First of all, he got aspects in his chart that could deal with him lying about his sexuality. First of all, he got Mercury in Pisces, square Mars in Sagittarius. That right there, that's the epitome of lying about your sexuality. It's like them lips are just pursed, already ready. He's just used to having that a nice fat one just slide up in his mouth and go down his throat. I'm just saying. And he's a little catty motherfucker too, a little catty son of a bitch. And it's like, come on now. Maybe he is I don't even want to know about the pansexual part, because when I think pansexual, I'm like, you down for whatever. But yeah, I don't see nothing straight about this man. So, and why his eyes look so dead? He's dead behind the eyes. All right. So I'm bringing Nick on right now. So let me add you to the live. Hey, Nick.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing fine. How are you?
I'm doing good. I appreciate you inviting me to the show.
Okay. So Nick is the homie. So how are we going to do this? So we can first get your opinion about Kevin Samuels, since you're a man. And first of all, have you ever listened to Kevin Samuels?
Yeah, I've heard his content. The first time I heard about him, if I'm not mistaken, might have been like a year or two ago. I saw it like in a recommendation part of the actual YouTube part. And the first thing that I caught on from listening to his actual content was the same thing that you're talking about, which is the feminine energy. So it was kind of hard for me to actually actually take serious what he was talking about, like actually, take time and actually listen to the person and say, hey, is what he's saying legitimate, or I'm gonna get caught up in the person's image and how a person carries themselves and his demeanor. So I kind of brushed it off on that time period. But I circled back around to his videos maybe about 6 months later. One of my mentor told me about it. He said, hey man, this guy named Kevin Samuels, man, check this video out. And I'm like, I already heard about this guy. I've already seen it already. But he was talking about black men having to cut their hair off so that they can fit in within corporate America. Like if you want to be successful as a black man, it's probably indicative of you to actually, take certain measures so that you look more presentable within corporate America. And I was kind of like in conflict with it, because I'm like, at that time, even now, I got, hair full of hair. So hair. So I'm like, oh, well, I don't know about that. Like, maybe just his perspective, or he's an older guy, he's 50 years old, maybe he just has his own way of doing things. He thinks that's the only way you can go about being successful. But as time went on, I'm like, you know what? I'm probably reacting with my emotions. So I probably just take a different approach and probably just come into it more objectively and hear what he's talking about. And I ended up doing sales sometime that year, and I kind of got a grips of what he was talking about. But I have come to answer your question. I have come across this content.
Okay. So basically, from what I'm getting, what you're saying is you weren't really impressed in the beginning, but then you saw him a little later on. You gave him another chance. Does he have any talking points that you agree with?
I judged him. The first thing I did was I judged him prior to anything he had to say. The first thing I saw was his demeanor and the way he carried himself. He came off extremely, extremely feminine. So I'm like, I probably shouldn't take what he's saying serious. But then I realized I was just being judgmental, and I probably should listen to what he's talking about. But in regards to the things he says, a lot of the things that he says has already been talked about within the Manosphere. It's not like a new development. It's not something that's like groundbreaking. These are topics that men have discussed, within barbershops, with the homies playing basketball or just in YouTube. I can't pinpoint exactly something I can think of on top of my head that I agree with. But what I will say is I do think his position within this current climate, social media wise, I think it is needed. I think on both sides, I believe in duality. So I believe in both sides of the spectrum, and people bring a different energy from both sides and be able to bring something to the table. So with me having that belief and knowing that in social media, or television, women have always been able to be in a position to express their views from this platform, which is your own, or we're speaking about, ABC, the talk, or any of the other, shows with the ladies, or Oprah, or, the blogs on Instagram or Twitter. There's always been platforms where women were able to express their views and their love life experiences, how they, interpret what's going on within society in current time. So I think it's needed to have a time period where you can have men to have their own perspective, whether it's controversial or not, to be able to express themselves, and then to be able to open dialogue so people can have discussions about these things and probably come to some sort of solution.
Okay. Now, so Kevin Samuels talks a lot about this high value man type stuff. In your opinion, what is a high value man?
I think a high value man is a man of high character, and as well as a man that can provide for his family. I think it's very simplistic. I can't really get into measurements and things of that nature, but I think it's a man that's respected, that's admired by his significant other, that can be able to provide for his lady, that can be able to take care of himself and take care of his family. Now, people talk about, what the particular number, does it have to be $150,000 a year, $250,000, $250,000 a year. Of course, it differentiates depending on where you're living. What could be classified as middle class in one city may not be classified as middle class in another. I just think just being able to provide for your family and being a man of high character, a man of high respect, I think that's what, defines a high value man, in my opinion.
I agree. I don't hear that enough. Well, I don't listen to Kevin like that, so I don't know how much he talks about the respect factor and the provider factor. But I hear a lot more so about six figures and, him looking the part and, him, a lot of times I just feel like, and you let me know how you feel about this. It feels like when you mention the Manosphere, I automatically get triggered when I hear that term. Now, for y'all that don't know what the Manosphere is, it's basically this collective of YouTube channels of primarily Black men that they go in on women, but especially Black women. And they basically really denigrate Black women. And they basically blame Black women for all of their problems. Basically, you could say that. And they're very much about, dating outside the race. Nothing wrong with that. But does it have to be where, for men to have this voice, does it have to be where they're attacking women so much, and in particular Black women, and belittling Black women, such as like what Kevin Samuels does? So I don't know how much you've watched of Kevin Samuels, but just the little bit that I've seen, it does appear to me that he belittles women and that he basically capitalizes on women with low self-esteem. So what's your take on that?
I wouldn't disagree with the fact that there might be some alternative or ulterior motives in regards of why he feels the way he feels and why he goes to the extent that he does. I do know that he was fair in regards of being able to be, he has been critical and been harsh towards Black men and men in particular in previous videos. But you got to take into account, social media is ran by women in the gay community. So if you speak about certain topics pertaining to certain demographics, you're probably going to get a bigger response out of it. And he happened to go viral speaking about a particular woman and her looks, and that is what kind of was the snowball effect that kind of generated all this attention and notoriety to his platform. And of course, I think everybody has emotions. Everybody has feelings. I don't think everybody's rational. I don't think every decision is absent of emotion. So, of course, I think a lot of men, especially in the manosphere, are projecting a lot of their insecurities and fears and a lot of the bad experiences they've had with women, and they're looking for other men to attach that to be able to come to some sort of overall conclusion about women. But on the flip side, I see it on the other side as well. I think everybody's entitled to that because you got to get negative and positive energy out. And a person that has, rather, of course, people say, the political correct answer is, hey, go to therapy, take care of your issues on your own time, but let's be honest, everybody does their dirt. Everybody speaks their mind, whether it's good or bad. And I'm not really into the nitpicking, especially when I'm aware of the fact that everybody judges, everybody has their prejudice, everybody has their opinion. It's about being able to maintain your stance and be able to remain calm within your own skin while being able to come across someone that has a different energy than you may have, or may have a different perspective as you, and being able to come to the conclusion of, hey, is this something I want to, go along with and be able to stay and communicate and come in contact with, or would I rather go somewhere else with my time and not be able to deal with this type of energy? But it's of their own doing. The people that participate in his show, they're making a choice to do that. They see something of value that he's presenting to the table. And for all intents and purposes, there's a lot of people within that sector that do agree with what he has to say, male or female. But there's going to always be a flip side. There's going to always be an opposition. Everybody's not going to agree. I think everybody should be valued in regards of where they're coming from in their opinion. Nobody's opinion should be more of value just because they're on one side of the spectrum compared to the other.
Yeah, well, apparently, when I've seen a few of the clips from Kevin Samuels' videos, it's like he doesn't allow these women to have their own opinion. He's very much about he's right, they're wrong, and they don't know what they're talking about, and they're low value simply because they, on his scale, they might be a 4 instead of a 10. And I'm just, in terms of him in particular, he just really rubs me the wrong way. And would your perception of him change if I told you he had aspects in his chart that basically show that he has a personal vendetta against women? That this is not coming from this neutral position or where he's really trying to help women or, help men. And where this is more of a way to make money and at the expense of women that have low self-esteem.
Yeah, I mean, if it can be proven, and by all means, if you can prove that somebody's intentions is, like, if someone has like ill will, if someone is being vindictive, being deceptive, then by all means, I would for sure take it serious to be able to say I have to take everything into account, and be able to reevaluate how I look at a person as well as their content. We all know about Pisces. Pisces is naturally deceptive. It's the illusion, lies, cheating. These things are synonymous with Pisces, and he's a Pisces, if I'm not mistaken. So it is synonymous with it. So it's not like it's far-fetched. I can get why a person would say that. And like I said, even initially, like I told you, I do think that his views do come from his negative experiences as well, because he's been married twice. But I think a lot of people do. I don't want to just pigeonhole it and throw all that energy on him and say, hey, he's doing this a particular way and he has the right to do it. I mean, it's all relative to the person. Everybody has a right to do what they feel is necessary, but they have to deal with the fact that not everybody's going to agree with a person's actions. And in this case, I'm not even sure he's going to last as long as he is, because he's creating such a large following of people who despise him. It's only a matter of time. If he does something, if he slips up, if he makes a mistake, they'll be the first one to jump on him. So if we talk about energy a lot, we talk about manifestation, we talk about a lot of things. If it's meant for him to fall victim to some sort of unfortunate demise because of his own wrongdoings or because of some sort of hidden agenda, then they'll come to the light. We got to practice patience.
But yeah, so he does have Sun opposition Pluto. Let me just type that in here. Yeah, Sun opposition Pluto. So that's where all the hate is coming from. But of course, he does it to himself. But that Sun opposition Pluto can also mean that he has a hidden agenda, or where he has this vendetta against someone where, it's him against someone. Also, at some point, he could feel, threatened, which he kind of does now with the questioning about his sexuality. And that Sun in Pisces opposing Pluto and Virgo, yes, he very well could be exposed. But that can also be an aspect where, you never know, he might slip on some silk panties you know, in the middle of the night, and he might like the way they feel against his nuts. I'm just saying, with that Sun opposition Pluto, Pisces is the sign of drag. I'm just saying that this man is not who he appears to be. When someone has Sun opposition Pluto and they're a public figure, you might have to question, is this person image really legit? Is it really real? He did say he's an image consultant, but what does that really mean? That's a very ambiguous term. Like, I don't, you know,
Yeah,
he
he
didn't even
said
say
he
like,
worked in corporate America. He was he worked in sales, if I'm not mistaken, in corporate America, and he was assigned with the job of assisting people with their image in regards to like business endeavors and presenting themselves in corporate meetings and stuff like that. So I guess he was hired to basically say, hey, can you assist this person how they're supposed to conduct themselves in a professional setting, and how they're supposed to dress, and how they're supposed to speak, and things of that nature. If I'm not mistaken.
now where you're seeing a lot of that femininity come in, it's because he has his Libra South node at the Aries point of Libra. That's the 0 degree of Libra, right? Strong Libra energy. It's conjoined to Jupiter and Uranus. That's a tight stellium in Libra, including that Libra South node. That's where you're seeing a lot of that femininity. That's what you picked up on initially. And a man like that, he could have to try extra hard to contain that side of himself. Every now and then, if he gets really worked up, it could really start to, you know, show. His wrist might start getting real limp, and he might start, you know, snapping his finger in the air and stuff like that. And I have seen him where he gets really catty, and where he can be very oppositional, but not even in a male type of way, more in a old ass lady type of way that's just clapping back. That type of, like, he's giving me like old granny vibes, like on some, you know, bitter old granny. He does have a Capricorn moon, so he probably is bitter. And you did admit that, or you did say that, yeah, he was divorced. He's divorced twice. So yeah, he probably does have this real, you know, bitter, he's bitter against women. But should that be the man that's counseling women? A man that's bitter towards women, he has this hatred towards women. First of all, he got moon square Saturn, and that can be a man that, you know, disrespects women. He hates women. He belittles them. So is he really in a position, just with that aspect alone? And he has moon square Venus. Number one, a lot of gay men have that aspect. But is he really in a position to give women advice? That's what I want to know. With the aspect and he got Mercury square Mars again. First of all, that Mercury square Mars, that could produce a nasty individual. Like, you just nasty with your mouth. Like, you just say some mean stuff out your mouth. You just foul with it. And you basically always have to dominate the conversation. I've seen him be like that in these videos of his. So with that being said, just these aspects alone, Mercury square Mars, Sun opposition Pluto, Moon square Venus, and Moon square Saturn. Should this guy really be giving advice to women?
Oh, yeah, by the way, side note, I've seen in the chat that a few ladies saying that they can't hear me properly. I want to ask you, is my audio? Yeah, is my audio okay? So
I can hear you fine. Let me see if y'all can hear Nick. Oh, okay. Press 1. If you can hear Nick clearly, press 1. No, you can't. I wonder if should you put, I can hear you fine. Should you put on your headphones maybe? You got a Bluetooth or like a microphone that's real near?
I got headphones right now.
Now, some people are saying 1. Some people are saying they can hear you.
Y'all can hear me? Y'all can hear me?
Okay, they're saying they just hear static.
Okay, I got nothing.
A lot of people are saying they can hear you though.
Just making sure. I saw a few people say otherwise, so I just want to make sure everybody can hear me properly. Oh, you can hear the echo. That's what you're talking about. Yeah. There's no furniture in this room. That's why. My apologies.
I like the blue walls.
Yeah, just got it painted last month.
I like that. Oh, so let's just segue real quick. Again, remember the time you had that Virgo X, right?
Yeah.
And she got all mad. She thought that I was trying to push up on you. Wasn't it the Virgo ex?
It was a Virgo.
And I told you
was a
she was
Virgo.
going to get. I told you she was going to be all threatened and insecure. But you started that. You opened up that door with the whole making her feel insecure, and it had nothing to do with me.
How you come to that conclusion?
Remember, you told me like what y'all were first agreeing to, and I was like, nah, that shit ain't gonna work. I was like, she a Virgo. I was like, now, not saying that all Virgos are gonna not be into that or be able to handle that, but a lot won't. So there was something in her chart too where I was like, nah, she ain't gonna be able to deal with that.
She had a Virgo stellium. I mean, she had about 4 planets in Virgo, and I think you said that's too much Virgo. That's too much Virgo energy. She's gonna be bratty. It's not gonna be good enough. She's gonna be overly sensitive. And it's gonna be square my Sagittarius energy. So that's what you said.
Yeah.
Plus, she was a Scorpio rising as well.
Okay. But isn't your girl Scorpio rising now?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you got 2 Scorpio. So you see how that worked, y'all? He got a stellium in Scorpio, and he attracted 2 chicks that are Scorpio rising. So it's like you got to get that Scorpio energy somehow, some way. So yeah, go ahead.
I lost my virginity to a Scorpio. Like a lot of the women that I've attracted were either Scorpios or their moon was in Scorpio or there was a Scorpio rising. It's always the case. Rather, I've had Libras with Scorpio moons. I had Capricorn with Scorpio moons. I had a Cancer I attracted Cancer with Scorpio moon. The chick that I was speaking to last year, she was a Gemini with a Scorpio moon. You know, so it don't always have to be just Scorpio suns. It's just anything Scorpio. If she has a strong Scorpio, base chart in regards to Mars, Venus, rising, moon, I tend to attract women like that. My North Node's in Scorpio, so it makes a lot of sense when you think about it.
Now tell me, what do you love about Scorpio women?
Sensuality, seductiveness, the emotions, the passion, how inquisitive they can be in regards to trying to go beneath the surface and figure things out. That it's kind of like a reflection of me to a certain degree. I find that to be attractive. But if I had to pinpoint maybe a few things, probably the seductiveness, the sensuality, and the passion.
What don't you like?
It's a flip side to it. Because how you doing, Rosie? It's a flip side to it because at the same time, I like the energy. That's their nature. That's the energy they give off in general. So I have to understand the fact that they're going to give off that energy whether I'm present or not. So you have to be secure within yourself to be able to deal with a person that may have a natural seductive energy or style or things of that nature, and it comes with a lot of attention. So if you're not able to deal with that, or you're dealing with a person who might be overly possessive. I've had Scorpio women that are very possessive. And with me being a Sagittarius, I like to have my freedom. I like to do what I do. I like to talk how I like to talk. So if you're dealing with somebody who might be a little more sensitive in regards to how you conduct yourself and how you handle things, it could be a little troubling because you're trying to find a balance between giving that person what they want, because dealing with a woman, she wants to possess you, especially when she's passionate about you. But at the same time, you want to maintain your individuality. So that could be a problem to a certain degree, but at the same time, it's like anything else in life. It comes with its purpose. It comes with the cons.
Okay. So let me see. So you got that Venus and Scorpio, North Node, Pluto and Jupiter. That Jupiter conjunct Pluto and Scorpio, that's powerful. Number one, that's a millionaire aspect. I think I told you that before, didn't I?
Yeah, you said Jupiter conjunct Scorpio.
Jupiter conjunct Pluto and Scorpio.
Yeah.
Nick gonna be a millionaire, y'all. And I'm gonna be right by your side. I'll be by your side. I'll always find a way. No, we gonna become millionaires at the same time. Watch, around the same time. But yeah, that's a powerful aspect. Yeah. Powerful. Now I want to say one thing, but I can't because you're in a relationship. But I'm not gonna put you out there like that. But you know me, my mind go into dark places sometimes, and I'm just thinking about that Jupiter Pluto conjunction is Scorpio. Like, damn, what that thing do? I'm just saying. Are you like okay? Like, are you blessed down there or what? Inquiring minds want to know. You said you like inquisitive chicks, and I'm being inquisitive right now.
I do well in that category. The first time we had when I got involved with my girl now, when we had sex the first time, she was, scratches all on my back, which is all, and she was like, this dick was made for me. It was made to be inside of me. It was made to be inside of me. I'm like, was that right? It's one of those things where, with me personally, like anything else in life, I don't have no leader in me, but it's all about having a balance, right? And we've had this discussion plenty of times. We talk about my chart. I know that me personally, I can overly indulge in sexual matters and sexual activity. My Mars is square Jupiter. My Mars is square Pluto. It's all in Leo. Leo is square Scorpio. So I know me personally, it can work to my detriment. And not everybody has that same energy. Not everybody's real passionate about sex like that. But with me, I think it's like it's therapeutic. I think sex is therapeutic. And fortunately for me, I've been blessed in certain categories, and I've been given quite a few compliments throughout my life.
That would be that Jupiter conjunct Pluto in the third house. Yes, the compliments. They'd be like, oh my God. Oh, wow. Yeah. Oh, that's pretty. Oh, wow. I don't know if I could take all that. Oh, be gentle. Oh, like, yeah. So, yeah, I know they be gassing your head up with that tool you working with. So that's pretty nice. But that Jupiter conjunct Pluto and Scorpio, though, that can really leave you open to the dark side. Have you ever experienced any like paranormal activity or anything?
Not necessarily. And we spoke about the occult. We spoke about, certain things, esoteric, teachings and things of that nature. I got into the metaphysics. I got into all those things. But like having like outer body experiences or like seeing ghosts or things of that nature. I think I had something when I was a kid where I felt like I had an outer body experience, but it was so brief. And it's kind of like having a dream. Like if you don't say something about it immediately after it happens, it's kind of hard to describe the description. It's kind of hard to describe the experience. So I don't know if I have had enough to the point where I'm willing to go out on a limb and say, yeah, I had this happen to me, I had that happen to me. I would wish so if it was meant for me to happen, and by all means, but not from my understanding. It's been pretty minimal.
Now, some of that Scorpio energy is being channeled onto your arms. So I see you got that tattoo, that sleeve. That's nice. Yeah. What is that?
I got the owl on top of the skull. I got by any means. I got live for, die for. My life path number is 4. I got the rose. I got conquer fear. I got Proverbs 4:23. So.
Okay. And then I noticed you got them big hands. Them hands.
Yeah, I saw somebody say I had piano playing hands. And I would like to tell a story. When I was a kid, my mother asked me, my sister used to do, she played the violin when I was a kid. And my mother would say, hey, son, would you be interested in playing the piano? I'm like, as a boy, you want to play video games. I was slap boxing, playing football, basketball. I wasn't overly concerned in instruments and stuff of that nature. But when I got into high school and I got around people who were into music, I understood. When I fell in love with music, I was like, well, damn, I wish I would have, took that chance and actually got into playing the piano. I might have got a scholarship for it. It might have sparked something in me where I would have gotten more into it at an earlier age, and it could have been presented with different opportunities in the music realm. But it's actually one of my biggest regrets was not getting into playing the piano at a younger age. So I would like to, mention that, because I saw somebody in the comment section saying something about my hands. So the Virgo,
you got water hand. You got a water hand in terms of palmistry. Yeah, you got the water hand is good for playing piano. Yep. Big ass hand. That's that Jupiter conjunct Pluto. You could smack the shit out of somebody.
The Virgo used to call me Tarzan because of my hands.
Yeah, you got some long ass. Look at that shit. Wow.
Thanks for the compliment.
So you could palm a basketball pretty easily, huh?
Yeah, I've been doing that since middle school.
Okay. Okay. You ever play basketball?
No, I was born to baseball. But
baseball. That's a third house. But you got a Gemini. Let me see. You don't got nothing in Gemini though, right? But you got Gemini on the midheaven.
I do. But like I always say, in high school, I ended up becoming a womanizer and kind of just leaving the whole sports thing alone. I got by 16, I kind of stopped playing basketball and all the sports altogether and was more concerned with my appearance and dressing nice and stuff of that nature. So I kind of abandoned it at a certain age. I got too cool for it.
And then with that Venus and Scorpio third house, you got that nice voice, that deep voice. You got the panty dropper voice. So, you could really capitalize on that. You really could. And I think at one time, weren't you talking about doing like a podcast?
Yes. To be honest with you, since we're having this discussion, I would love to be able to have like a podcast where I'm able to speak to people and talk about they love, not even they love, but their love life and relationships, and be able to incorporate astrology with it as well as my perspective and my point of view. So kind of have like a setting where I'm talking to women and men, and they can talk about their lives, and it's kind of like you're freely consulting them to a certain degree, but you're incorporating astrology. You're able to speak and have like a fun set. People can drink wine. People can do whatever they like. They can eat whatever foods they want to eat, and just have like a free environment where people can express themselves. I think a lot of times, people have competition with each other in regards to what they got going on in their life. If somebody going through some tough shit, then somebody else going to top them with, hey, you got this going on, well, I had this happen to me. I had that happen to me, rather than having somebody that actually is going to sit there and listen to what they have to say. And I think that's a problem. I think that we should have a situation where people can socially be able to speak to people and express their grievances, express their emotions, let those emotions out. People are working 9 to 5 all the time. They got to fit in within a role for an employer. They don't have time to be able to express themselves the way they would like to. Everybody has things they have to do. Whether they're parents, they got children, they're taking care of their siblings, or they got a career. They got they're dedicating the majority of their time to their profession. People need time for themselves, leisure time, where they can be able to converse with people and be able to hear people's perspectives. So I think that would be a really cool idea.
Okay. Nice. And that fits that Scorpio stellium in the third house, especially when you talked about people airing their grievances and things like that. And you just bringing people together. And even when it comes to talking about more controversial subjects, stuff like that. And then again, I got you if you ever want to collaborate on things like that.
Absolutely.
Now,
absolutely.
I want to ask your opinion on this situation. Do you know who Portia Williams is? Let me pull up a picture of her.
Portia Williams is the chick on the reality show with what's the chick? Yeah, I think I saw somebody on the Shade Room. She about to get married to some rich dude, some rich old dude or whatnot. Yeah. I know something.
He is ugly. Lord have mercy.
Yeah.
Ain't
rich
all
African
the money
guy.
in the world. I'm sorry, money. I guess I can't be bought because I'm just saying. Woo, that's a hard one.
Yeah, he a rich African guy.
Okay. That's a hard one though. I don't know. Wait, there's this picture I got wait a minute, I gotta pull up a better picture. Now, basically the way it's said, I'm actually gonna read this little article just to get people up to speed about this situation. But where's the one where he's wearing these? Hold on. Y'all gotta see these pants now. Maybe it's a cultural thing, but this is not a good look. I'm just saying. These red pants.
She's what they call it? She's practicing hypergamy.
Yes.
She's practicing hypergamy. So it's they say you get to a particular stage in life, you gotta do certain things. I think they call it a kicking the pussy in survival mode. You know, and it's not necessarily about finding someone that you find physically attractive, but you're looking for stability. And you find a man that's of a particular age and he's wealthy, he's stable. I'm not sure if he's been married before, but women will want to be with a person that's more inclined to committing to somebody rather than a guy who spent the majority of his life being a bachelor. You know, you're rolling the dice a little more. So if he has been married, that's better for a woman who's been married before to get involved with someone that's been married as well. Because I'm talking about a man who's wealthy, he's married, so he's willing to go through the process of having a wife. Rather you find him physically attractive or not, that's on the individual. A woman's value system is different than a man. I'm not looking for a woman to be a provider. I'm not looking for a woman to do those particular things. So you being a woman, you want to feel protected. You want to know that you have somebody that has your back. And for her, that might fit enough. That might check off enough boxes for her to be willing to go and get involved and get into a union with a man like that. Not to throw any shade or anything like that about him. I don't know the guy. But at the same time, that's on her as an individual. And I can't hate it. I can't knock it at all.
I don't think it's going to work though. You know why?
Why is that?
You got Sun square Jupiter and Saturn. And they're in Libra. So she's a Cancer. And her sun is square, her sun and Mercury square in Jupiter and Saturn in Libra. So try if she might be in a relationship of convenience, which is what this is. It still doesn't look like it's going to work out in her favor because that could deal with where she gets with a man that's like very controlling and even mean.
That makes
so
sense.
Behind closed doors, he might treat her very mean. And it looked like he might be stingy too. Like be really rationing out whatever coins he has, like making her do all types of stuff. And somebody mentioned up in here that he got 8 kids or something. So now she gotta play stepmama to these 8 kids.
Isn't Portia a Cancer?
Yeah.
You said dark side of Cancer is the bottom bitch, correct?
Yep. But she ain't trying to be no bottom bitch.
Well, she can fall victim to being overly submissive to the wrong person.
Now, Indigo said it's a fake relationship for a storyline. I could believe that. Because the way those squares are hooked up, I don't even see this lasting long. Unless she can really, really fake the funk and act like everything's all right. But, from what I understand, I don't think African men are very much about where you can play them. I'm not saying she's playing him, but I'm just saying if she thinks she's in for a free ride dealing with this dude, she got another thing coming. Now, she got some Aquarius energy, which is perfect for, marriage or convenience. She got South Node in Aquarius. She got Moon in Aquarius. Well, I don't know if her Moon is in Aquarius. That's what we could take a vote on. If anybody is familiar with Portia, because I don't know her birth time, she could either have Moon in Aquarius or Moon in Pisces. Do y'all think she has Moon in Aquarius or Moon in Pisces? I feel like she's more of a Pisces moon. So if you feel like she has Moon in Aquarius, press 1. If you feel like she has Moon in Pisces, press 2. I'm pressing 2 because she strikes me as a Moon in Pisces. And Moon in Pisces women, sometimes some of them want to be spoiled. Some of them want to be taken care of. She strikes me much more as a Moon in Pisces. She acts like a little princess. And Moon and Pisces women, they tend to be so cute as a button. And I think Portia is the cutest little thing. And I'm seeing Pisces moon all day. So a lot of people are saying 2, Pisces moon 2. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think she has an Aquarius moon. But that Pisces moon can't get her caught up. It could get her. Yes, there we go. Indigo said it. Moon in Pisces because she is delusional as fuck. Exactly. Yes, that princess mentality. That's that Pisces moon. And she's all about glamour and glamming up and doing everything. She act like money grow on trees, basically.
Let me ask you this. How do you feel about hypergamy as a woman? How do you feel about women who commit to men for the sake of them being able to provide them with a particular lifestyle and being able to be, stable enough to be able to, take care of what they need to take care of so that she can live like she wants to live. Do you actually fall in line with that belief? Do you think women should should commit to men that they're actually in love with?
It depends on the woman. So I've never had a problem with it. And I always understood why some women do engage in hypergamy. I just was never that type of woman. And that has always been to my detriment. So at my age now, I'm not like a hypergamous chick because I'm not even out there dating, but I won't make the mistake again of getting with a guy that is not on my financial level, or even if he is on my financial level, that's not going to be enough because guess what? He could always lose his job, which tends to happen when they get with me anyway. So he would have to be making, I would say, at least double of what I'm making for me to even feel secure. And I feel like I don't got to carry this guy. Otherwise, so I do I am in favor of the hypergamy because that's how a woman protects herself. Basically, you could say it like that because a woman has much more to lose in a relationship than a man does because it's the woman that could get pregnant. Men tend to be stronger than women. The woman could get beat up. So a woman has more to lose, even though men act like they lose so much in a marriage. Most a man has to lose is basically money. Yeah, he could lose his kids with a bad custody battle or whatever, but if he plays his cards right, men tend to come out better in situations simply because they're at an advantage because they're men and it's a man's world. So why shouldn't women be hypergamous and even the playing field and get that bag? Like, fuck that. Because again, I used to believe in this whole love will conquer all shit. That's that Sagittarius, believing in love and wanting to be all about romance and stuff. And again, every time I was like that, I ended up getting burnt. I ended up being on the losing end. So love don't live here no more. It just don't. And I think it's true for a lot of women. A lot of women are getting tired of this. A lot of women are getting tired of being in these United Way goodwill relationships, which was the topic of my Patreon video that I recently put out. But yeah, we're getting tired of this shit. So yeah, it's like pay like you weigh.
Let me ask you this.
Boy. Go ahead.
No, I get what you're saying. Let me ask you this. For the ladies who do believe in hypergamy, that do follow hypergamy, that is all for getting with a man that can provide her with a particular lifestyle, similar to Portia. Not to say that a man has to have millions of dollars, but he could be a six-figure earner. Are the women willing to deal with everything that comes along with it? We've had this conversation before about how a lot of men with money have their own particular things that they're into. A lot of these guys have, they're highly sexual. They may want a particular woman to be their own personal slut or have particular standards where they want the woman to meet. Does those standards, make sense for women? Do they feel like they have to do all those things to be able to keep that man satisfied? Or is it kind of more just get to do, get him to fall in love with you and just kind of play the game the way you want to play it?
First of all, a woman is going to deal with that regardless of what a man has in his bank account. A woman going to put up with bullshit or have to deal with some type of bullshit that man is bringing regardless of how much money he has. So you might as well deal with a man with money because either way, there's a high chance he's going to cheat on your ass. There's, I'll say maybe a 50% chance he might put his hands on you. Maybe, a 60% chance he just abruptly break up with you and leave you for somebody else. I mean, there's so many potentials that could happen, whether he got money or not. And it seems like the ones that don't have money, they're worse. They treat you the worst because they got this chip on their shoulder because they can't seem to make it out of the hole that they dug themselves, Yeah. And especially if you're making more money than them, they feel some type of way. They get bitter. They feel all insecure and stuff. And now they're taking it out on you. So women are really on the losing end when they don't choose to date men that have more money than them, because again, that inequality, a lot of men can't deal with that. And us women, a lot of us that have the big hearts, we think we can help these men that are down and out, and we can help to rebuild them and all this stuff. And they tend to beat us down before we could build them up. We can't lift these men up. They will drag us down before we lift them up. And I have personal experience with this. So no, just because a man doesn't have that much money does not mean that he's going to treat you better. A lot of times he gonna treat you worse. And he'll, you know, a man that's broke, he's still gonna want the threesomes. He gonna want you to be slutted out for him, be his sex slave, all types of stuff. So
yeah,
men are gonna be men regardless of the money.
Yeah, shout out to Sun and Moon. She said, I'll be his personal slut." That's funny. But you're right. You know, men gonna always have those desires, regardless if they have money or not. You know, it reached a higher level because when you're dealing with a man that has a lot of money, there's a lot of women that want to be with a guy that has that type of wealth. You know, so I think one of those scenarios, they say a man's ego is as fragile as a woman's heart. You know, so a lot of things that men do is based around their ego. The same way women want guys to be more conscious and aware and to deal with their emotions with more sensitivity. It's the same thing with a man's ego. Unfortunately, a lot of us pride ourselves in our ego, but it's just the way of men. It's been like that for quite some time, you know. But I have no particular problem with women going about doing things the way they need to, so they can live like they want to live. You know, we live in a world full of suckers, so what you do with a sucker, you live one. You know, so if you find a guy that's going to provide you with the lifestyle that you want to live, then by all means take advantage of it. I hear people talking about Lilith, but you just have to be careful. You know, when you get a man with all that money, it's kind of like, was it like that Tyler Perry movie when a guy had all that money, was beating on this woman, and all the women like, oh, you should be happy. He's your husband, and blah, 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 blah. But they didn't know what she was going through behind closed doors. You know, so like you said, you have to protect yourself. Self-preservation is key in life. You know, nobody, and you have to set the standard for yourself. You know, you set your own price. You know, so if you don't set your price, somebody will set it for you. You know, it's the same way when the person said, if you don't use your own mind, someone will tell you how to think. You know, so it's totally understandable why women do it. Just, you have to be able to live with the results that come with it. So.
But you also got to think about this on the money tip. A man that doesn't have any money, he doesn't have anything to lose, or I'll say he has less to lose. A man that has a lot of money, or if he's built a successful empire, or he has a successful business, a lot of times he's going to think twice before going too far with abuse or what have you. These other dudes that don't have money, they don't have anything to lose. And basically what I'm getting at, and I don't know if you've noticed this, but over the past, I'll say decade, there's been a rise in murders where men are murdering women, and in particular, it's Black men murdering women, and sometimes they murder the children, and sometimes they murder the grandma too, and all this type of stuff. So I'm starting to see this becoming an epidemic, and this is not being discussed enough. You know, they want to talk about Black Lives Matter, and they want to, protest for George Floyd and all this stuff, but every single day, and when I tell you every single day, I'm not exaggerating, every single day, there's at least one report of some Black man killing a Black woman. Mm-hmm. And this stuff it's becoming an epidemic, and it's not being really spoken about. Only in certain circles, only in certain YouTube channels that I follow is this even discussed. Mm-hmm. So I want to know from your perspective, what is the cause of this? Why is this starting to become more and more prevalent? Where these men, these young men in particular, but even recently, I don't know if y'all saw that video of the Black man, he was trying to kick open the door. And luckily, his ex-girlfriend, or it was his ex-wife, had a gun, and she blew his head off. Or, well, it wasn't a shotgun, but she basically shot him in the head and killed him. If she didn't have a gun, she probably would have been another one on the murder victims list. Mm-hmm. So now it's getting to the time where women got to really strap up, because these dudes out here ain't playing no more. And that's even more reason for women to be hypergamous, because again, a lot of these men that are killing these women, they don't have anything to lose because they don't have any money. Some of them might be in and out of a job, things like that. So again, that one video, that was very terrifying for me, because I've been in domestic violence situations. I've been where I've been threatened by a man physically and all this type of stuff. So when I saw that, again, it triggered me. I was very relieved that she had a gun and that she dispatched that motherfucker. because again, it's becoming too prevalent. And I want to know, like, what is causing it? Is this the zombification of this America? Like, is people losing their minds? Is it drugs? Is it alcohol? Is it where these men just hate women to this point now?
I think mental illness is running rapid within the Black community. For so many years, it's been going. No one has really spoken about it on a high level, mainstream wise, hasn't been discussed. You couple that up with the degeneracy of the generation, the drug usage, the propaganda programming. Kids spend all their days playing Grand Theft Auto and Call of Duty, having all this internalized anger and frustration. I think all that coupled up with whatever feelings they may have for women, rather they have frustrations and disdain for their mother, single motherhood, being brought up in a household where they're surrounded by females, they're the only male. I mean, it's so many different elements, there's so many different components involved with that. So I think you include all those things into the equation, you see what you get now. You understand why we're in the scenario that we're in. You understand why women feel as unprotected as they do. And I got 3 sisters, you know what I mean? I got 2 brothers, 3 sisters. So by all means, I'm all for women doing what they need to do to take care of themselves. The last thing I want to do is to wake up or get a phone call that something transpired or happened with my sister because of what she had going on with a guy. We all need to protect ourselves, but especially women. When you're vulnerable, to open yourself up to someone and caring for somebody, and that person has their own particular issues. They got anger, frustration, all those things going on with their mental issues. They engage in drugs and they are drunk. You was talking about alcohol earlier in the discussion. You're an alcoholic. You got mother issues. You got all these things going on. The last thing you need to do, she's talking about being hypersexual. All those things, processed food, all these things combined can be able to create a dysfunctional individual. And I think in the hood, in the Black community, we have a lot of dysfunction. I think the nigga culture in general perpetuates dysfunction. We've enabled it. We built a culture on top of this ignorance. And because of that, it's being perpetuated with the youth, and no one's really speaking about it. Really, people are not really going to depth about the ramifications and the consequences that come along with this. You see the young generation, they're going along with the process because they saw that it was being done from the generation before them. And when you see this thing going on for so many years, it becomes our tradition, it becomes our culture. But
now, I'm glad you mentioned the video games because I feel like that has a lot to do with it. But in this particular case, somebody did mention this man was in his 50s or 50 years old. I'm about to play the video. I don't think I'll get a copyright strike. I'm about to play the video just to show y'all, for those that didn't see it, just how crazy this man was acting and how threatening this looks. All right. How ironic. He was on his way to an anger management class. But again, I feel like you said, there's wait a minute. Hold on, let me close it. I feel like there's a number of factors. Hold on. I feel like there's a number of factors that goes into why there's so much violence directed towards women. And of course, there's been violence directed between men for much longer even. And now it's being really directed towards women. And I always go back to what I was saying before. It's like this apathy. People have become apathetic, but beyond the apathy, people have just lost all sense of what's the word? Respect for each other, and even just love for their fellow human being, to the point where they're not going to go too far. Like, people are going, and I feel like the media has a big part in it. Like movies, like you said, video games. Like, it's nothing to see somebody get murdered, on television, or to see it in a video game. We have been desensitized with the whole death thing, with abuse, violence, all of that. So yes, we live in a very violent society, and it's starting to really get kind of scary out here. So yeah. I'm even thinking about taking some shooting lessons and getting me a gun, even though I'm not in a relationship. But that's another reason why I don't even want to be out here dating anybody, because of what's in my chart. I might end up attracting some crazy nut like that. And like I said, I already been in an abusive relationship before.
Yeah, we talked about that before with that Neptune in your chart. It's a tough scenario to be in. Like I said, and like you mentioned as well, they perpetuate this imagery throughout our society. We live in a hypersexual, hyper-emotional. I mean, so many different elements within the society that I think is so unbalanced. And because of that, I think everybody's at odds with each other. Genders, religions, we see what's going on in Israel. It's so much going on at this time, and has been going on gradually. It's been getting to this point, and I'm not particularly sure how it's going to get solved. At some point, there was a disconnect. At some point, something transpired that kind of broke things apart, and then it just started to unravel slowly but surely. But if something doesn't change, I mean, it's going to come ahead, and I think something drastic is going to transpire. Because everybody is expressing how they feel. Women are talking about how they don't feel protected. They feel like, they're at odds with black men, and that black men don't protect them, and black men don't respect them, and black men are saying what they're saying about black women, and just everything in between. It's everybody is constantly at odds with each other, and there's no like, I don't think it's a healthy discussion being taking place between both genders. And when you have so many different elements, you got different political groups trying to use that against us to try to get people in one demographic to vote for this candidate over that candidate. People are going to make money off of our dysfunction. People are going to make money off of our disconnect and our conflict that we're having with each other. It's not going to do us any benefit. It's not. And I think that coincides with talking about with the Kevin Samuels thing. Like, I think a lot of what y'all say about him is basically just, y'all don't think it's a healthy situation. I don't think what he's doing is healthy for the development between black men and black women within our current circumstance. You just see a guy who displays feminine traits that's going out and using these circumstances to express his own personal grievances with women based off of his own experiences, instead of just being a person being genuine and trying to solve something between black men and black women. And,
right. And let me just interject real quick about his sexuality. So me saying that I believe he's gay and he's undercover doesn't mean that I don't think he's qualified to counsel women or give women advice. I believe a gay man can give women advice. I believe gay men are probably some of the best men to give women advice to. Like, I think he would do much better if he just came out the closet and said, I'm a gay man and I'm going to put y'all ladies on to what these men are really like. That's what women will appreciate, not where he's tearing these women down, but he claimed he's giving them advice and counsel at the same time. So my thing is, Kevin, just come out the closet, admit that you're gay, and then, we could really get the tea on these men and how we're supposed to be, behaving and all this type of stuff. But yeah, he won't admit it, even though I feel like it's very apparent. Other people feel like it's very apparent. And again, I just wanted to put it out there and clarify, because yeah, him being gay, in my opinion, has nothing to do with me saying I don't believe he's qualified to give women guidance or counsel. It's because I feel like he hates women. He has this vendetta against women, and he's just a nasty human being in terms of his disposition and his personality. So I am biased in that I can't support him. I can't get behind that type of thing, especially like you said, because of the current climate. Already there's this huge divide between Black women and Black men, number one. And it's very apparent on YouTube, the Manosphere, all that stuff. And for him to come in and capitalize on that, you know, that leaves a bad taste in my mouth. I just don't appreciate it. And as a Black woman, I'll just say that Black women, we're always getting the shaft. And then for this, you know, skinny jalapeno pepper looking mustard, I'm just like, Mr. Peanut, all he needs is a fucking cane and a top hat. That's how I see him. And the funny thing is, he doesn't ever bring women on that got confidence. I noticed that. So that tells me he must be screening these women before he brings them on, because he would never bring on a woman like me, because I would rip him in the shreds, and he knows it. He knows that he can't do this with confident women. So the women he does bring on, they always look all meek and mousy, and they kind of look all beat down and tired and homely and shit. He can't talk to a woman with confidence like he talks to these other women. That's the thing. So somebody did mention about people are saying that he pays these people to call him. I wouldn't be surprised, because these women, they take a lot from him. And I'm like, I can't even imagine. There's no way I would allow some man to talk to me. I don't care if I was 400 pounds. There's no way I'm going to allow some skinny ass, malnutrition, look like he just got out the fucking clinic getting cured off of some wicked STD coming at me like that. There's no way. I got too much confidence. And again, it don't have to do with nothing that I look. But again, either he's paying these women, or he's just attracting the bottom of the barrel type women that have no self-esteem whatsoever. Because I'd be damned if I let anybody talk to me like that. But again, I have this confidence, and some women don't have it. But that's the thing. That's not right, that he's beating up on these women that don't have this confidence, that have this low self-esteem, and he's capitalizing on it. I have a problem with that. And again, it shows in his chart. He's not a nice guy. And it shows even in his demeanor. He's a mean-ass bastard. And I will rejoice the day that he is fully exposed. I will be rejoicing.
I remember when me and you go back a few years, some years. So I remember you were saying this about Tommy Sotomayor. Yeah, I remember.
The same way, you know, he got an OnlyFans account now. Having sex with women on his OnlyFans account, which shows you what level he's on. Very low vibrational men. A lot of these men of the Manosphere, very low vibrational.
Well,
so again,
I think he's beefing with Kevin Samuels. I think I saw a clip where he's saying that Kevin Samuels stole his whole bit and stole his whole style, and he's just the gay version of what he did.
Yeah, both of them, you know, both of them got serious issues, and it's not even with women; it's with themselves. If you look at both of them are fairly unattractive. And I hate to sound so superficial, but this is the world we live in. And another one, O'Shea Jackson is another one. If anybody know who that one is?
I've heard of O'Shea.
If you notice, some of these dudes are like really unattractive. So it's like they have this chip on their shoulder because they couldn't get the women back in the day. They couldn't get the girls when they was in high school. You know, they was called ugly and shit. And now they got this personal vendetta.
Somebody said they need to collaborate Deadbeat Alliance. That's funny.
I just think it's funny how these dudes are just coming for women like this when it makes them look feminine. I don't know if they realize that. When men get around and start talking about women a bit too much, and especially in a denigrating way, it really makes these men come across as effeminate. Because my thing is, a man needs to be productive. And we could get into that too. We talked about what is a high value man, but what constitutes just a man, period. My thing is, a man needs to be productive instead of, you know, sitting around the table cackling like old hens about what this bitch did and this bitch did and that bitch did. I don't really see these dudes really talk about building unless they talk about some crypto shit, which is easy. Basically, you just click couple of things, but I don't really hear them about building businesses unless, I could be wrong. But my thing is, they all worry about women. What you trying to build as a man? So
yeah, a man is measured by what he do, not just what he says.
right.
That makes sense. I can get that. Men displaying certain characteristics. I just saw one that she said these men don't even have deep voices anymore. Men are supposed to share certain characteristics that women have. So it makes sense that when a guy displays certain community expressions that a woman does, or displays certain characteristics that a woman does in regards to communications, that a woman would say, "Oh, you kind of a little more feminine," because that's something that's catty stuff. That's something that a woman would do when they say, "Hey, oh man, is supposed to go and argue with a woman," things of that nature. It makes sense why somebody would say, "Hey, that's feminine." You got to be doing something more productive with your time. I get what you're trying to say. Somebody whose entire profession is sitting there and talking about women every day, and every episode, every video is women as females that, women as females that. I can see how you can question a person's character or question their integrity if that's all they have to talk about. That's all their entire image is based off of criticizing women. I can see where you come from.
All right, let's make a segue over to Nicki Minaj. Now, Nicki Minaj, she's in the news for a few reasons. Number one, she was basically flossing with this, it was like a $4 million watch. And she was driving, somebody sent me this video in my Patreon group. So she was driving, I think, a Bentley or whatever. And she's all, flashing her $4 million watch while she got her husband in the passenger seat. And he just, he laid back or whatever. I guess she had his balls in her purse too. Now, Nicki Minaj, let's say she got divorced, right? Let's say you were single, and she stepped to you and she was like, what's up? And she wanted to get with you and she wanted to take care of you and she wanted to make you a kept man. What would you say to that?
A man wants to accomplish something. I know for me, in regards to myself, I've grinded and worked consistently so I can build myself up, build up my credit, build up my savings, to be able to invest my money and do the things that I want to do, that I'm passionate about. Getting involved with a woman that basically wants me to be her placeholder, a little fuck toy for the time being until she moves on to something else, that don't necessarily appeal to me. Nikki is Sagittarius like myself, so like both of us, so we're aware that she has a lot of masculine energy. In all of her relationships, yes, she likes to be the masculine one. She wants to display her dominance. I said in regards to Rihanna, I say Rihanna a nigga. She's a guy. She's a bachelor. She's the female George Clooney.
You said Rihanna?
Yeah, Rihanna. She's
got that Aries moon, don't she?
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken. She has an Aries moon. And she's an Aries rising, if I'm not mistaken. So you talking about a woman who's beautiful and she's wealthy. She can do whatever she wants. She has the same options that a wealthy man would have. So once you get a taste of being dominant, it's kind of hard to going back to being submissive.
Right.
And when you're in the tax bracket that Nicki Minaj is in, Rihanna's about to be a billionaire soon. Unless she's dating a man that has the same amount of wealth that she has, or she's dating the Arabian billionaire guy, what's the likelihood of her being submissive when she already has a taste of being the dominant one, being the shot caller? So with me being a man and being in touch with with my nature and what I look to accomplish for myself, it does me no benefit to get involved with a woman that is already established, that has her thing in that regard, and she wants me to play the submissive role. Doesn't work.
Would you just have sex with her?
Oh yeah, I get the bonus if I was single. Yeah, we don't do that.
But okay, what if she didn't want to be in a relationship with you, but she did want to have sex with you? Maybe once in a while, and she would take you out and spend money on you. Would you be okay with that?
Right. You say so. It was that last part that you mentioned. You said spend money on me, and
Yeah, like she's like she don't want you to be her man. She, you know, but she just wants you to be kind of like her boy toy for the time being. But you know, she gonna treat you real well, put money in your pocket. You might even get a car out the deal. Would you take that offer? Pussy, car, money, clothes.
It sound like you kind of worded it in a different way, but it's the same thing. I mean, me being, if I was a single guy, she was to present that with me, I would have sex with her from the sense of just having a physical attraction to somebody. But in regards of, being living in her house, and she got me on what they got, a fucking allowance. I looked at her situation with her guy. He ain't buying no Richard Mille. He ain't spending. He ain't got $250,000 to buy some damn a car and a watch and got the $50,000 Cuban link. Like, he ain't got that type of money. So essentially, they're going out to the jewelry store, and she pulling out her American Express card. She pulling out her card and saying, "Boom, don't worry about that, boo. I got you. It's for our image. I got this Fendi. I got this Gucci. Don't worry about that. I'm gonna buy that for you. I got that." On that level, not at all. Now, if a person want to, give me a gift, she said, "Hey, I saw these shoes. These some nice shoes for you." That's one thing, but we talking about living off of an individual. The idea of me living off of a woman and she's providing me with an entire lifestyle don't make no sense.
Not living off of her, but just having some fun and you just benefiting from some of her wealth.
I'll take a gift here and there, but that's as far as it's gonna go.
Okay, if you want to say that. If you want to say that. No, I know. I don't even think you would be like turned on by her basically throwing all that money in your face.
It's different. Like, I saw somebody mention about being a sugar baby. Like I said, it's different. Like, I've dated women who were older when I was like, I'm 26, right? Just turned 26. I remember I was 22 and I had this, she was a college professor. She was 39, 40 years old. She was a Taurus. She had the Halle Berry boomerang cut brown skin. She was thick. She was fine. I was living with my father at the time. I was working 2 minimum wage jobs, and she was all the way established. She was driving a Jag. She was doing her thing. But she was a submissive woman. She was older than me. She was, it was a significant age, difference. She played the role. She would play the role of being that type of woman. She wasn't this masculine chick who goes for submissive men so that she can keep her position. She was just an older woman that wanted some companionship. That's different. I don't see that with Nicki Minaj. I don't see her, getting a guy like, she allegedly was messing with Quavo. I don't see that type of energy from her where she's just older, attractive woman who just want to have fun with a younger guy and, hey, we just gonna do what we do. She's a nigga with a vagina. She's an attractive woman with the mentality of a man. That's totally different. And when you have that, when you can get that energy from a woman, it don't feel the same as being a 22, 23-year-old woman being with a cougar, and she want to just, spend a little bit of money on you. She want to invite you over and cook an entire feast for you. That's a different circumstance. It's a different experience.
Now, the reason why Nick has dated a woman significantly older than him is he has a Capricorn moon. And your current woman is older than you too, right?
Mm-hmm.
How many years?
5.
5 years. So that's not that much. But the other one, that was much more older. So, okay. So
the last chick I messed with, she was the last chick I was messing with, where we were sexually involved. She was an 84 baby. I'm a 94 baby. So.
Yeah. That's another thing me and Nick have in common. We both have Capricorn moons. So his moon is conjoined to Uranus and Neptune. So that's some heavy energy he got in the 5th house. So he's very much prone to dating a woman that's older than him. And is that what you prefer at this point?
Yeah, I don't see myself dating a woman younger than me. I don't see how I haven't been able to do it at my age. I can only imagine if I had to be single at 30 years old and how I would be able to date a woman 10 years younger than me. I have a problem doing that within my 20s. I don't see it. I mean, never say never, right? They always say you never know how things are gonna turn out. But with me personally, I can't see it. I can't see it. I don't know. I don't know how I can bear, especially with the way the generation is going, the way society is going. I'm not sure that the up and coming young woman will fit my makeup, where I'm able to, do my thing and be able to blend and be able to bring my personality and her personality together. I mean, shit, they not even know what a VHS is by the time they my age. You know what I mean? Like, sir, I don't get it. I don't get it.
Now, what about children? Are you interested in having any children?
At some point, I would. Most definitely. Most definitely. But it's not a part of my thought process by any means right now. By any means.
What else was I going to say? So basically, Nicki Minaj, she's also in the news because, as you can see, she's wearing those pink Crocs. So she basically made Crocs look kind of cool. So once she put that on her Instagram, basically the Crocs website went down because so much traffic was on that site, them trying to get some Crocs. I have to admit, that's how you rock some Crocs. And that's very Sagittarius. So you see how she could take a corny ass looking pair of shoes that are really like kind of nursing shoes, and then she made them look kind of cute. Because I have to admit, she got small little feet. Look like she got feet like me. I got small feet like that. But yeah, she made them look kind of cute. But that's the essence of Sagittarius. Sagittarius can take something, put something extra on it, and turn it into something extraordinary. Because, right, Nick, we ain't about being ordinary. We've got to be extraordinary.
By no means. By no means. Everything I'm doing right now is for me to live an exceptional life. Everything that I'm doing. I told you I started my business. I actually got my certificate from the Ohio Secretary of State today. My certification. So yeah, everything that I'm doing. My credit's increasing. I got an excellent credit score. Everything that we've had this discussion before. Financial freedom, independence. Those are the things that we strive for, and especially for myself. I left the whole job thing, and everything I'm doing now is strictly investing so that I can get to a point where I never have to work again for another employer. So what's the point of living average? I don't see the point. Why would my mother spent 9 months and it pushed me out so I can be a regular person, be an average person?
You can't be average with your hookup. You just can't. And then your Capricorn moon, Uranus, Neptune in the 5th, that's perfect for what you're doing with the investing and all that stuff. So yeah, you're right on time with that. Now, let me segue into another topic. And I meant to talk about this woman before, but I don't think I really got a chance. Now, let me try to find a clip about this situation so I can play it on YouTube real quick. Hold on.
I'm a Virgo rising, Blue. And Rosie, no, not Forex. I'm doing bonds, futures, and options. A little bit of Nadex too. I got the whole setup. I got a monitor right here. Got a monitor right here. Got my laptop right here. I got the ring light right here.
All right, so let me just pull this up real quick. Is that Inside Edition? Let me see. I'm trying to get one that's not. Now, this is old news, but this recently came back up because, well, no, I don't want to hear it from her. This recently came back up because she responded to allegations of, my bad, I had to kill a net, of having, of creating a toxic workplace environment. So I'm trying to, okay, let me pull this one up. Let me share my screen just 1 second. So this is about Ellen DeGeneres, because I never really addressed this, about allegations that she basically has created a toxic workplace environment on the Ellen show. And I just wanted to talk about her chart real quick. Because again, some of these people up at the top, they're not nice people. Some of these people are straight up narcissists. And sometimes to get up to the top, you do have to be, well, for some people, they feel like they have to be like mean and assholes. So let me just play this real quick. You can't hear the video?
I can't hear it.
You can hear it?
No, I
Some
can't
people
hear
can't
it.
hear it. Hold up. So y'all can't hear that? You can hear it, Nick?
Nope.
You can't hear it?
No, I can't hear it.
I wonder why it's not sharing the audio. That's weird.
Yeah.
Oh well. But anyway, they were just talking about Ellen being very unreasonable about like people trying to take time off, and because of the pandemic, she basically stiffed her staff. Like she had a whole nother crew filming her from home when she could have had her staff doing it. She even like people can't say hi to her. People can't let me pull up a picture of her. People can't get too close to her. If you talk to her without having like gum in your mouth or something, she'll fire you or whatever. She has fired people for just talking to her and stuff. So I wanted to talk about her chart. First of all, she doesn't look like a nice person. And sometimes you can judge a book by its cover. What do you say about that, Nick? You think sometimes you can judge a book by its cover?
Of course. I don't think it's always a scenario, but I do think it does play a part. There's a time and place for everything. So I think there are scenarios where a person comes off, the way a person appears, does play a big part in how they might be in reality. They say the same thing in regards to the eyes. The eyes is the window of a person's soul. So if you're able to look at a person's eyes and you feel as if that they don't have nothing behind it, or they may be a particular way, hey, if it can be proven, by all means, and that saying has lived a long time. It's been existing for quite some time, so there has to be some truth to it, don't you think?
Yeah, some people just can't see things like that. Like when I look at her, I see evil, but some people can't see that, and it's because they just lack discernment. So, wait a minute, Archie's saying no sound. Can you hear my voice? You can hear me, right? Nick, you can hear me, right?
Oh yeah, of course I can hear.
But you just couldn't hear the video.
Yeah,
so I think Archie is saying no sound. I think she's talking about the video. But anyway, let me get into Ellen's chart real quick, because we're going to look for a mean aspect. Because there are some aspects that can just deal with a person being mean. So let's see. She has, oh, there it is. First of all, she's another Aries moon. And she has moon square Mercury in Capricorn. That can be somebody that can be mean. Wait a minute, where'd that come from? That could be somebody that just comes across as mean, mainly coming from the Capricorn side, and then that Aries moon, that could just cause her to pop off on somebody. She could be very short-tempered, very impatient, and that's basically where, you know, she has these rules about, you know, you can't come to me with your breath smelling like, basically, I think people have to have like either a breath mint or gum in their mouth. Now, part of that, the underlying reason for that, she is a Taurus South Node, and you know, Taurus deals with the senses, so smell. So yeah, she's very much a stickler for that. She has the Sun and Venus squaring her Taurus South Node. So that's the unreasonable part. Her just being unreasonable. And that can even deal with where she can be quite really cruel with it, tyrannical, especially because she thinks that because she has this money, she can treat people a certain type of way. And Ellen has a lot of money. Let me see how much Ellen is worth. She also has Mars conjoined to Saturn in Sagittarius. So that can make her be about, it's totally my way or the highway. And she will just make these sweeping decisions. Like when you see that conjunction right there, that's somebody that might just fire their whole staff one day. If she could, but she probably can't because, you know, she works for a network. But let me just see her network because she is loaded. And I don't even think she deserves what she has because I never saw her as funny. Mind you, she started off as a comedian, but I never laughed at a single joke of hers.
Well, I mean, she was supposed to represent a particular demographic. I think she came out, how long she had her show? Her show's been existing for almost 20 years now?
Yeah, she's worth 500 million. So she's worth 500 million, and this just goes to show that money is neutral, you know? Yeah. You don't need to do good deeds to get a lot of money. And sometimes when you do good deeds, you can't expect to get anything in return. So this just shows that money is neutral. It's neither good nor evil. It basically is what it is, and it blesses both the good and the evil. And again, 500 million, she treats people any old type of way. That just basically, I'm just saying all this to tell people you don't have to be a do-gooder in order to become successful. Now, it would be on the, you know, it's advantageous to be socially responsible and to treat people like you would like to be treated. But as you know, why does it seem like a lot of people with money are very like mean and stingy and just extra controlling with it? Like, because she's not the only one that's very unreasonable when it comes to demands. Somebody that has a lot of money like that. Do you think she was always like this, or do you think money has changed her?
Well, I think, you know, power brings out who you are all along. It's like when you work in a regular job, you can have somebody that's an associate, someone at your job, and a coworker gets in a fucking what do you call it, a promotion, and now they're making $2 extra than what you're currently making, and now all of a sudden they're looking down on you, they're speaking to you with a certain little sass, they got their attitude a little more quicker, come out a little more quicker, they poking their chest out a little bit. I mean, it's the same thing on all levels. The same way people act fake and funny when they get a new car or when they get a degree or when they get a promotion or they even move to a nicer neighborhood. It's the same thing when you get money on the higher level. I think that when you don't know a person, all you have is your perspective. And you know, perception is reality when you don't know the true person. You know, it's all a story. So all we have is what we perceive. But I don't think it's that different in regards of how people are in the wealthy world. People always say, you know, in Hollywood is weird and Hollywood is fake. It's fake shit everywhere. It's fake shit in the ghetto. It's fake shit in the suburbs. Fake in the hood. It's fake shit on all levels. I don't think it's that complex when it comes to human beings. I just think that when you get access to certain resources, knowing that people are going to treat you differently, it gives you the ability to kind of, you know, step into who you really are as a person and show your true colors. Now, of course, we'll say things can gradually change a person. I don't think it changes a person. I just think that they just grow, they become more comfortable with exposing who they are truly.
Right.
System.
Right. And with her having so much money, she doesn't have to be fake. She can be who she is. And if that's being a mean person, oh, well, people just have to deal with it.
That's her insurance policy.
Rosie said, please take her down. She is hard on the eyes, I have to admit.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Money is the insurance policy.
You said, what'd you say? Money is their insurance. Oh, yeah.
It's to cover your ass. You know, it's one thing. You can't, you know how they say you can't be ugly and broke? You know what I mean? Like, you got to have something going for yourself to be able to counteract what you have on the negative side. So in that case, she has some money in the prestige to cover up, you know, the flaws that she do have as an individual.
All right. Well, like I said, I promise I'm not going to be on long tonight. So I'm about to segue and do some readings. So you can either stay on, Nick, or you can just you can go. It's up to you. If you want to just drop off now, do you have any, you know, closing remarks or anything you want to leave us with? Anything on your mind?
I would like to thank you for inviting me on. It's been a very insightful and informative conversation. I've had people give me some advice pertaining to certain things in the comment section. I appreciate them. I just appreciate it. It's been a good conversation. And I look forward to having this conversation along with other conversations with you in the foreseeable future.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for your contribution. Yeah. And yeah, so what do you have planned for the weekend?
I'm going back to studying, you know, continue doing what I do with the future bonds, the bonds future rather. You made a mention about crypto before. I'm actually doing crypto as well on the side. I've been involving myself with some crypto too, so I've been investing and saving my money. So I'm gonna keep on doing what I've been doing, staying the course. I'm committed to the process. Nothing has changed. Like I said, I'd like to thank everybody. There's been a lot of positive vibes, a lot of positive remarks and comments being made. And I know we've had plans to do something else separate of this. I contacted you to see what was going on. And you invited me on the show tonight. But I do know we're supposed to have something else going on. I'm not sure if you're going to speak about it or not, but, you know.
Yeah, I can't remember. You gonna have to remind me on in the email.
Yeah, you talk. Oh, I got you. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
What? It's something you can't discuss here?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Oh.
I think you invited me onto the show to talk about the particular topic, but you did say you wanted to have like a separate show where we spoke more about me and love and relationships. I think, if I'm not mistaken, because you said you wanted to incorporate guests more. So I'm not. Maybe I'm not misspoken, but
okay. I see what you're saying. Mm-hmm. So yeah, so without giving too much details, like where are you headed, like in terms of your relationship?
Working through everything. Just working through it. Got to say, like, you made fun of me a couple of years ago about messing around with the women and being wild and kind of slowing things down and things of that nature. A lot of this is just it's a learning process. I've learned a lot about myself getting in a relationship and understanding that there's a lot of responsibilities that come along with it. And I've learned a lot. Like, a lot of things that I probably neglected, a lot of things that I probably pushed to the side, I was able to learn by being able to see my reflection through another individual. You get to see how a person reacts to you, the type of influence and impact that you have on a person. It makes you more self-aware. And I always thought that I was good at analyzing myself. I always thought I was good with using discernment and being able to pay attention and being attentive. But at the same time, when you're single, you have the ability to be as selfish as you want to be and not give a fuck about somebody else, because you don't owe nothing to anyone. But when you get involved,
I love being single. Yeah.
When you get involved with somebody, you have to be more considerate of the other individual. And by doing that, it makes you more aware of what you're doing. And I was able to understand that it's things about myself that I might not want to come to grips with, but I did. And with the fact that there's an age disparity, I am 5 years younger than her. But at the same time, I have to hold myself accountable just like anybody else. You know, so of course I have my aspirations, I have things I want to accomplish myself. And I'm taking all, one step at a time. But at the same time, I am appreciative of the process, even when I make mistakes, even when I had to deal with certain bullshit. It's all a part of the game. It's all a part of life. You can't have the good without the bad. Like I said, I believe in duality, and I understand that it's all necessary for trying to accomplish things and be able to make the most out of your circumstance and make the most out of yourself. And I'm all about self-improvement. I'm all about pushing myself to the limit so I can maximize my potential and live a full life. So I am appreciative of what I've been experiencing in a relationship. I'm working through it. I understand my lack of experience, but I'm adamant about making things work. And I'm gonna exercise as much as I possibly can, and see where it leads. Regardless, I'm gonna make the most out of my situation. I'm gonna always be good with myself.
Okay, that's what's up. And I noticed you mentioned duality a few times, and that's very third house north node, because that's very much about that duality. So so thank you for joining me tonight, and I always appreciate your contribution, and I have such high hopes for you. One more thing that I just want to ask you. So my son, I think I told you, he's a Sagittarius, and he turned 18 last year, and he has Venus in Scorpio like you do.
Oh, wow.
So what type of advice could you give him as a young man, 18, knowing what you know, with him being a Sagittarius, having that Venus in Scorpio? He's also a Scorpio rising.
Okay. I'm gonna tell you something that was just told to me recently. My girl made a joke one time, a couple of days ago. Like dirty girls. I said, dirty girl. I like my women clean. What you talking about? She's like, you know what I mean? Like dirty girls. Like you like sluts. You like freaks. And I'm like, what? What are you talking about? Like, and it kind of reminded me of a discussion that me and you had a few years ago when we had one of our first little those little videos on Zoom right before I got into my maybe in the beginning stages of my relationship with the Virgo back in like 2017, 2018. And you told me having Venus and Scorpio. No. She said I like women a little loose. She's funny. She got a good sense of humor. But you said of having an attraction for dark-sided women or women with a wild side, women that have a little with a dark side to them. What I've come to realize with us as men, just like a lot of people, we want it all. The same way they say women want it all, they want a guy of a certain height, a certain complexion, a certain, this, that, and the third. It's the same thing with men. For us to want a woman to do all those sexual things, you have to understand that she has to be in a certain mind state to be able to do those things. For us to want all that wild shit, she has to be wired a little different. She might be a little crazy to be able to want to do all that wild, freaky shit that might be looked at as degrading and foul to the next individual.
That's some insight for your ass. I love how you said that. Yes,
it's real. You can't. We want the luxury of having a good woman and a slut at the same time, and it's an oxymoron. Not say the good woman, but we want the luxury of having a conservative woman with unconventional traits, and it's an oxymoron. And not to say that you can't find people that are complex, that are multifaceted, that can be able to display certain characteristics. But at the same time, for that to be the standard, you have to understand it's going to come with a price. And if you're going to be willing to accept that type of woman, you have to accept everything that comes along with it. So the dysfunction, the unstableness, the craziness, everything that comes along with that. You got to be willing to take that. And if not, you need to get yourself a conventional woman, a traditional woman that's not going to fall in line with doing those things. And I've learned and I've understood that moment with the fact that the My lady isn't like that. The things that I was into, the wild shit I was doing, at least from what I've been told and the energy that she gives off to me, she doesn't come off like a woman that's down to do those sort of things. And that taught me that there really it's either one or the other. And that's why you find a lot of times when men get the clean cut conservative wife, and then they have the slutty mistress to do all the wild shit that they either can't get her to do or wouldn't want her to do because they look at her in a certain light. So for
that's
yourself,
Virgo, man. Yeah, and you're a Virgo rising.
Yeah, and that's something I'm coming to grips with. What my value system? What do I value more? Do I value the stability of having a conservative woman, or do I need the wild, spontaneous dysfunction that comes with the lust and temptation that I'm prone to getting involved in? What means more to me? And that's what I've been going back and forth within myself of what means most. And at some point, your son might come across that. And if he does, he has to ask himself, what's going to make him complete as a man? You got to choose between your heart. You're going to have to choose between your heart and your ego. And it's not the easiest. It's not an easy choice by any stretch of the imagination. So, tread lightly.
Good advice.
Tread lightly.
That's really good advice. So yeah. So like I said, you can hang around, or you can,
I mean,
get out of here. What'd you say?
If anybody has any, I heard somebody ask me about my time of birth or something like that. If anybody has any questions for me, I'll answer any questions out of respect. Of course, we all right,
y'all got questions for Nick. Now's y'all time. Y'all can grill him. Yeah.
I can take the heat, so
And then as I see your questions, I'll highlight them. And then I saw some Cash Apps come in. Thank you for your Cash Apps. I'll get to your questions in a minute. I already know I got to start off with, who was it? Nicole first for the super chat. So yeah, just hold off for a couple more minutes. We want to see if anybody has any questions for Nick.
Let me ask you within that time, my birth time. My birth time is 11:31 p.m. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, you can check it. You got it in the database.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Virgo rising. So he's a Virgo rising, 7th degree Virgo rising.
Yeah. My moon in Capricorn is at the cusp, going into Aquarius at the 20th degree. How did I discover astrology? Now on a basic level, I knew the signs, the same way we learned, hey, when's your birthday? Or you're a blah, blah. But I got into it significantly back when I was 19. I was working 18 actually. I was working at Home Depot, and I had a coworker who had a friend from New York, and he did astrology. He would go to Vegas and bet on boxing matches and basketball games, and he would use people astrological charts to see, hey, what this person got going on with his transit, how this person guy's natal chart is, and be able to use that to determine on who to bet on for boxing matches and basketball games. So when my coworker told me about it, I said, man, that don't make any damn sense. I'm a Virgo rising, so I'm naturally skeptical. So with me being skeptic about it, but being inquisitive and being curious, I said, let me hook me up with this guy. Let me talk to this guy, see what's going on. And I got into a conversation with him. He's a Virgo rising like myself. He's a Leo. We had a great conversation. We built. And from that point on, he became my personal mentor from when I was 18. So I'm 26 now. And he's been my guy ever since. He's been there to advise me, to give me direction, to be someone of reason to speak to. And so he was the one that kind of got me into it initially.
Okay. What's your favorite film of all time? Patricia wants to know.
My favorite film of all time. Believe it or not, it's The Wood.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I really like The Wood.
He said The Wood. I'll just type it in here. He said The Wood. I've seen that movie a few times.
Yeah. Somebody said my favorite artist. I have a lot of favorite artists. I'm a big fan of Stevie Wonder. I'm a big fan of Curtis Mayfield. I'm a hip hop head, so my favorite rapper of all time is Nas. Who else? I'm a big fan of Mary J. Blige. Who else? Barry White, believe it or not. I'm a big fan of Barry White. Who else? My favorite album. Yeah, go ahead.
We've got a question.
What's the question?
You see, what can he do with those hands? Siobhan said The Wood, eh?
Y'all got a really good sense of humor. I do pretty well. I do quite a few things. And I do it well. Thanks for the question. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I was saying my favorite go-to album is D'Angelo Brown Sugar.
Oh, I love that. Oh, that was a good album.
That's it don't matter what it is.
That was right around the time you was born. Like, I think that came out in 95.
Yeah.
You was born in 94.
Yes.
That's just showing my age. Cause in college I even did a little presentation about Brown Sugar, the song. Cause you know what it's really about, right? It's a metaphor.
Taste your brown sugar? No, what is it?
Oh, you talking about weed? Brown sugar, babe. I guess high off of love.
Okay. I got you.
Some of your brown sugar. Yes. Okay.
Somebody asked what my least favorite food. What's my least favorite food? That's a good question. What's my least favorite food?
Yes, chocolate tart. Yes, Tara knows.
I can't think of what my least favorite food is. But I'm a big fan of pasta. I'm big on shrimp fettuccine. I like Mexican food. I like Jamaican food as well, Caribbean food. Yeah.
So with that being said, so we're going to wrap up this segment, and basically, so thank you again, and we can do this again on some other date whenever you get a chance.
Hey, you let me know when you're having a show, and I'll let you know if I'm available for it.
Okay. Yeah. But you got to loosen up, Nick, because we much more free-flowing when we talking on the phone with each other. Come on, you got to loosen up a little bit. You might be a little shy with your Capricorn moon right now, but you're going to have to loosen up, because I need you to kind of, because you know how I get.
Yeah, we done had quite a few conversations, so don't worry about it. Next time will be even smoother than it was this time.
Oh no, it was totally smooth. You gotta be more, in a jokey mood, because I love to laugh.
I know you do.
Yes, Latasha, I already shouted you out because I was like, Latasha, she shared a birthday with us. So Latasha, she's born on December 5th too. Wait a minute, where's her comment? Here it is. Yes, December 5th gang.
I see what you got, the 6th, December 6th.
December 6th. Yeah, there's quite a few of us Sagittarius. I'll just say in the astrology world, it makes sense because, Sagittarius is the prophet. Sagittarius is the stargazer. We do be all, looking up in the sky, looking at them stars and stuff. And were you always fascinated, like I was as a kid, about space and stuff like that, and the stars and all that?
In Cleveland, we had PBS, WVIZ. It used to be late night on PBS. They had this TV show where this guy it was a bit of show in Canada called the Red and Green Show, the Green and Red Show from Canada. And after the show, they had this show where the guy was just looking at the stars. and he will be talking about every constellation and stuff of that nature. So that was one of my favorite shows to watch as a kid. I always talk about the fact that when I go outside, I don't see the stars in the sky like I used to when I was younger. You know, a lot of the insects that I used to see when I was younger, I don't see it anymore. A lot of the animals I saw when I was younger, I don't see anymore, maybe because of the pollution, the climate is changing. But I was always fond of stars, always. It was one of my favorite shows to see at night before I went to sleep, before I wake up early in the morning. So I've always had a thing for stars, but never knew that it would lead to what it led to now. I am aware of Vedic astrology, and my biggest pet peeve is somebody that's airheaded. I don't like somebody that's airheaded, and I hate sloppiness. I don't like nothing sloppy.
So you ain't about getting them sloppy seconds, huh?
Hey, when you put it that way, you know what? Not at all. Not at all, Rahbinah. Not at all.
What about one more question for you? Would you mess around with a married woman? Have you ever?
I've gotten engaged. I've engaged in behaviors and activities with married women and with women in relationships. Oh,
that Venus in Scorpio could be a married woman.
And you saw that comment?
What?
How you pronounce it? Siobhan?
Yeah, she said nothing sloppy.
I ain't talking about that. we ain't talking within context. Nothing sloppy within context. How about
oh my
that?
God.
Within context.
But so you have you dealt with a woman.
Yeah. When I was single, I got caught up, especially with the older women. Married 10, 15 years, things getting complacent, you know. You get presented with certain opportunities, and with me in particular, I'm always faced with temptation. I got a story to tell you for next time. I got a story to tell you about a particular woman who's obsessed with me right now, even though I'm in a relationship.
Wait, is this a chick at your job?
Yeah, she actually might. She might end up watching this video because I told her about you. I told her about how
an obsessed woman. Hi.
She's somewhere. if you put me in the not the caption, but like once this video was done, if my face pops up somewhere on here, she will see it. Because I told her about you. We talk about astrology a lot, and I said, you know, one of my mentors, I call you my spiritual advisor, my friend. I told her about you, and I shared the link. Or I told her about you, so to look you up on YouTube. But she's obsessed with me. She's completely infatuated with me, and she was trying to engage in an affair with me while she was in a relationship with her significant other, and she wanted me to engage with her and kind of, you know, sneak out on my girl so that we can do a little rendezvous, if you know what I mean. So,
what's her sign?
She's a. If you out there, if you watching this, you know what time it is. But
Sagittarius always be putting people on blast. Okay, well, yeah, what's her sign?
She a Gemini with a moon in Pisces.
Oh wow, that sneaky ass Pisces moon. And then Gemini ain't much better either. But
it's something about that Pisces, man. It's something about that Pisces that you know and we've had that conversation before about not having boundaries, not, you know, just like, you know, going deep and going to the dark side. I speak about the dark side a lot. You know, my Jupiter is Scorpio, so I'm all about going to the dark side. But
is that what you told her? Your Jupiter is in Scorpio, conjunct Pluto. That's what you told her. That's why she all obsessed.
No, she knows my we shared our information. Like before I ever knew that it was gonna turn into what it turned into. We passed along our information birth chart wise so that we can like talk about astrology. So she ended up doing a compatibility, and she saw a lot of good things. I think her Pluto was in my 7th house, and my Pluto was in her 7th house. Like she got all the way into it, and certain things were transpiring within her relationship where she wasn't being satisfied and she was looking for an alternative. Right. And I presented her that temptation that she was looking for without me actually knowing. And by the time I realized it, it turned into a scenario where it could have possibly compromised my relationship. But I stayed firm in my stance in regards to my commitment to my lady, and it caused conflict between me and her. But I consistently attract these type of women.
Well, this is a perfect reason why I can't be in a relationship at this point in my life, because if I find out my man is swapping charts with some woman at his job, that's cheating in my book. I'm like,
listen,
fuck that. Y'all doing a compatibility chart? Like, what the fuck? No.
The irony behind it is that the day that me and her switched, exchanged our information was the day that me and my girlfriend actually exchanged numbers for the first time for us to go on our first date. It happened at the exact same time. I literally turned around, and there was my future girlfriend. And she was like, hey, we were supposed to finish our conversation. I said, well, hey, you can take down my number. We can talk. We can chop it up. And she said, okay, here's your number. We exchanged numbers. We set up a time for us to have a date. We went on our, I spent time with her 2 days later, and the rest was history. So it wasn't like we was already together, and I'm out here like, yo, so what's your sign? What's my sign? Hey, it wasn't like that. It just kind of happened to coincide with one another at the same exact time. But she wasn't the only one. I had another woman who had an infatuation with me as well. I was placed in a position where I had a lot of temptation surrounding me while I was in a relationship. And I told you that when I had the Virgo. Remember I told you about the Pisces that owned the she had the boutique. She had the hair salon and whatnot.
Yeah. And she would braid your hair.
Yeah, she was the one who owned the spot, and
she was on you hard, wasn't she?
Yeah, my girl would leave. Every time my girl would leave or wasn't around, she'd be in my face.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's that Venus and Scorpio. I attract a lot of women. I attract these scenarios, and I'm always placed in a position where I'm having to test. I have to make sure that I'm on point with my stance. If not, I'm gonna fall into some shit every single time. But that's how my girl got me. My girl got me because she set her eyes on me, and she said she was gonna get me. Basically. She saw something that she liked and she went for it. She told me that she has a healthy obsession with me. That's what she called me. A healthy obsession. So this is my life. Uranus, Neptune, and my moon all in the 5th house.
Damn. Wow. Just be careful, because again, all that Scorpio energy, like you said, temptation is the word. And Miss Thing that got this obsession with you, what's she gonna do with that? How's she how's she managing?
She broke up with the dude.
She broke up with
her man. She broke up with her man. Her man is actually a Sagittarius as well. She broke up with her man, and she would get in, she would get mad. She gets mad at me for not being able to communicate with her as often as she wants me to. She's gonna watch this video. I just know she is. But I got 12 text messages from her.
Today?
No, I haven't responded back. She sent me 6 the day before that, and then she sent me another 6 after that. She knows my girlfriend.
This past week?
A couple days ago.
See, this is why I can't be in a relationship. This chick is texting you and you got a girlfriend. There's no way. I can't. Maybe this is this modern day type of relationship stuff. I can't handle it. I'm too possessive. I can't do it. There's no way I'm going to just sit by and allow some chick to be texting my man 12 times. I don't care if he's not responding. I'd be like, either you block that chick or I'm blocking you out of my life. That's it. This is why I'm single. This is why I've never been married, because I have a very short time. I don't have much tolerance for stuff. So how does your woman rectify the fact that she's texting you like this?
We talk about it all the time. Everything I'm talking to you about, she already knows. You know, I mean, I'm gonna say this serious. I keep it a buck. I'm not gonna.
Oh, I know you do.
It takes.
Sometimes Sagittarius men are too honest.
It takes too much effort to go about doing that, and I'm not. You gotta be. I always say, I gotta be. Unless you the police, like I gotta be scared of the consequences that come along with not telling the truth. For me not to tell the truth, it makes no sense not to.
Okay, let me just ask you this. Let me just ask you this. But you're getting something out of it, aren't you? The fact that this woman is like really like obsessed with you, you know, even like when she get mad a little bit because you ain't responding. There's something that you're getting from that.
I guess you could say ego show. That's fair to say.
Yeah.
But so, I'm very transparent. I ain't never touched her.
But still, it could be more on a mental thing, and that could be problematic because what did I tell you? Just in the heat of the moment, one slip up, and it's almost like you flirting with danger. But that's so Scorpio to flirt with danger. And you said her Pluto's in your 7th house?
Well, I'm not mistaken. I can find out. Let me see. I got the information saved on my phone.
Sean, you funny. It's her Ellen's face, right? Ellen looking at you, Nick, like,
What? Hey.
Oh, and somebody made a comment, and I'm sorry, I'm gonna get to y'all super chats and something. Somebody made a comment, and you made a good point. Who was it about? Why is Wendy Williams' picture on the thumbnail? Because I was going to talk about Wendy Williams, so let me just share. Let me get Ellen up out of here and pull Wendy up real quick because Wendy looking tore up. She recently broke up with her boyfriend, some rich dude. I guess I don't know who is this guy, but this is the guy that she was seeing, and it didn't even last. But look at her; she looks totally disheveled. She looked like she just got out of a mental institution. I mean, she looks bad. But who is this guy? Do you know? Does anybody know who this guy is that she was seeing? Wendy just has, she has a lot of bad luck in the relationship department. Her chart's not that great at all. Matter of fact, let me see if she got any goodwill aspects real quick. Because
they calling me out. They calling me out in the comments.
What are they saying?
They saying that my ego, I'm into it. If she was ugly, I would have blocked her.
Yep.
Etc. Yeah.
And that's the truth. You're a man at the end of the day. Let's be real.
What you saying?
And I'm just saying, it is kind of like you're playing with fire a little bit.
By letting it string along, essentially.
And you said she's a Gemini, right?
Yes.
So Gemini can kick it with you, be the homie, not even want no sex from you, not even do any of that. I already know how they roll. And then it'd be that one night, y'all, maybe, or y'all talking at work or something, and something, boom. Next thing you know, oops, I did it again, or something like that. But them Gemini chicks, they could be slick with it. And again, they could be such the homie that next thing you know, you end up, your dick all up in her, you like, damn, how we get here?
That's a disconnect right there. Reason being is that I had a discussion with my girl a couple days ago. You just mentioned about sticking your dick in somebody, right? Mm-hmm. I don't like condoms, right? So it has to be two things. It has to be two requirements to be willing to have sex with them. And I told you a story about some of my experiences when I was single about what I was doing, but I got to be either extremely attracted to her, or we have to have some sort of like mental, like a rapport, like a connection, like to the point where I'm saying, hey, we can possibly do something for me to even want to engage in that type of behavior. I'm not sexually attracted to her. She's not necessarily my type. I'm not saying she's unattractive. She's just not my type.
Oh, does she know this?
Yeah. What month we in May? So a couple of months ago, she had some things going on, and she came to me. She was having a conversation about, she wanted me to read her chart. So in the midst of us having a discussion, she asked me a question. She said, hey, Nick, if I ask you this question, you got to be honest with me. I said, okay. What's the question? She said, would you fuck me? I said, no. She was like, why are you lying? Why are you lying? You trying to say I'm not attractive? You trying to say I'm this? You trying to say that? We supposed to be friends. We supposed to be honest with each other. You not being honest with me. Da 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 da. I said, what are you talking about? Like, what type of question is that? You work with my girl. Like, you know what my girl look like. Like, you know I'm in a relationship. And if I tell you it ain't like that, it ain't like that. So why does you? If I know you in a relationship, I'm reading your man's chart. I got your man's chart in my cell phone. You got me doing, synastries and shit. And you want to come and ask me what I fuck you? Where is that coming from? Oh, well, since you don't want me, if you want to fuck me, what does it matter? What does it matter? It don't matter. She didn't want to tell me. So eventually she ended up apologizing for it. But I told her, what was there to apologize for? You were speaking the truth.
Wow, she really trying to tempt you. But yeah, so if you know that, again, so I guess that's why you don't block her, because you know that you would never go there with her because you're not attracted to her like that.
Not in that way. Not at all.
Is she older than you?
No, we're the same age. I like my women older anyway. So it's like, it's not even.
Look, and you told her no outright.
Yeah.
Look, I got so much pride. I would have quit my job that day. I would have packed up. I would have been like, fuck that, I'm out of here. Because ain't no dude going to turn me down like that. Hell no. Oh, hell no.
Listen.
I would have turned in my key file real quick. Let me get another fucking job.
This is the problem I be having. Is that we speak a lot about men and infidelity. We speak a lot about men being cheaters and things of that nature. I always, how they say in the Bible, they say that the greatest trick that man ever made or did was the devil ever did was convincing the world that he didn't exist.
Yeah.
I think a great trick that women in general have made was being able to put so much emphasis and so much of a light on men cheating that we never speak about women's ability to cheat in such a clean, smooth way. I've worked with women all my life. Women engage in flirtation with men just as much, if not more, than men do. In regards of, stepping out and entertaining guys, even when they have a guy at home. I've had this scenario similar to this for years, since I was 18 years old. I got caught up in a love triangle at Home Depot when I was 18 with two Scorpios in a Gemini. It was a Scorpio who was messing around with a Gemini, and I was attracted to her, and we would flirt with each other while she was fucking around with the Gemini. Then another Scorpio came into the equation. She grabbed the Gemini dude's dick in the hall in the store and got around the store that the Scorpio grabbed the Gemini dude's dick, even though he's with another Scorpio. Me and her ended up messing around at the job, but I'm 18. They all like 24, 25 years old. Like, I've had these scenarios happen before with store managers, assistant store managers, supervisors, co-workers. I did all type of wild, stupid shit that I had no business doing. But, I played on the dark side just as much as anybody with the truck that I have.
All right, let me just say this. Ladies, if y'all listen, y'all got a man, now you know what your man be doing when he's at work. Women be all up on him, texting him, all types of stuff. Because I know you ain't the only one, Nick.
What you mean? I don't know.
Where these men be getting accosted by women at work. This is another reason why I can't be in a relationship. I got trust issues, number one. So if he's working outside the home and he's working in one of those offices, I can't do it. Thank God for the pandemic, because it got a lot of these motherfuckers at home where you can watch them.
Shout at Empress, you funny. Ain't about the women, it's about me. Okay. Listen, women, hey, a woman is loyal to her emotions. I've learned that dealing with women. A woman is loyal to her emotions. She's loyal to how you make her feel. That's what it boils down to. She's loyal to how you make her feel. It doesn't matter. I mean, I've known women who were being taken care of. You know, they didn't even have to work or do anything. You know, and they were still tempted by lust. You know, lust get everybody. You know, in the workplace, you know, you put dick and pussy in close proximity of each other, a lot of things are bound to happen.
Right. That's why I don't trust nobody that has a job. Fuck that. I'm like, you got a job, you have a high potential of cheating on me. And I'm just thinking about all them dudes that be in them Zoom meetings. Now they got to work from home, and they right across from their side piece on the Zoom meeting, and the bitch see the wife in the background, everything just messy. Shit just messed up.
I was a woman's work husband before. Yeah. I was working at Amazon. She was I was working in her area, and she was like, "Ooh, who is you? Who's he?" Some chick was like, "Bitch, don't you got a man?" And she was like, "What that nigga don't know ain't gonna hurt him."
But nah, that's why I prefer those blue collar men. Like, stick together, be on the construction site. You're just working around men all day, no women. And then the one woman that work in the office, she like 50 years old and like 400 pounds. So no, that's how I prefer it. I got trust issues. That's why. But again, I'm just being real. I know how tempting it is for a lot of men when they work around women, and women when they work around men, just like you said. That's why I don't trust nobody. I got to get into these readings. But did y'all say this guy's name is Mike? Is he rich or something? I'm about to pull up this story. What's going on? So it says Mike Esterman blasts Wendy Williams for calling him childish after split. So Mike Esterman slammed Wendy Williams as someone who only looks out for herself after she shaded him as childish on her show. So he mentioned that Wendy only looks out for herself. She does have Mars conjoined Venus in her chart. So that hookup right there, especially with her Mars at the 22nd degree, either she's going to be fully in control or she's going to allow the man to control her. It's going to be very hard to have a balance when you got Mars conjunct Venus like she does, especially with Mars at the 22nd degree. So she can be very controlling. Let me see what else he said. The contractor, he was a building contractor. Okay, that deals with her being a Cancer. The contractor told Page 6 that he wasn't surprised by Williams' words on Wednesday's episode because she's someone who always has to have the last word. That's that Mars conjunct Venus and Gemini again. And she's an Aquarius rising. A lot of times Aquarius got to have the last word. Of course she has to have the last word. And because she is the kind of person that she is, she's the only thing that will make herself look best, he said. Esterman's comments came hours after Williams blasted him for telling Page 6 that they split over distance and busy schedules. I didn't say anything publicly about it because I'm that grown. We would have had this discussion way behind the scenes, Williams said on her show. I am not embarrassed because I'm that grown. But since childish ones, Mike, well, he's giving quotes. Despite the snark, the daytime talk show host 56 echoed Esterman's reasoning for their breakup. Mike is in Maryland. You guys keep asking, where is Mike? I'm like, Mike has a job. He's a contractor / social influencer. And whatever he has going on, whatever he does, Williams added, Mike is a nice guy, but we are too geographically far from each other. Now, she does have Moon opposition Jupiter. There's that geographically too far from each other, I guess, in her book. But I think that's just a cover-up where he can't tolerate her, basically. She's just a person that's not easy to tolerate. Number one, again, she's an Aquarius rising. And she got Uranus and Virgo in the 7th house. So she is terrible with it when it comes to cutting somebody down to size. You know, she does it for a living. But can you imagine her being in a relationship with a guy? So he doubled down on his previous comments, telling us again that he was just too busy to pursue a full-blown relationship with someone in New York while he resides in Maryland. All that I said was I had no time to make any plans when people kept asking when we would see each other again, he reiterated. And they took that as a major breakup, which I didn't even think we had that big of a relationship to begin with other than getting to know each other on a few dates. So it sounds like he just wanted to fulfill his little, fantasy of being with transgender, I guess.
Did you say transgender? You just said a transgender. I know you. As soon as you pause, I know exactly what you're about to go over.
I'm just saying that's what it looks like is going on here. Like he just had the fantasy, he fulfilled his fantasy, he got his fill of it, and now he's moving on. And they basically said, okay, it's the geographical difference. That's the issue. So yeah. Wendy just has problems in the relationship department, period. She has that Leo. She has Leo in the 7th, but Virgo intercepted in the 7th. And then she got Mercury and Leo. So the whole childish thing he's talking about, that makes a lot of sense. Sun in Cancer, ruling the 7th. In the 6th, that's basically where she's getting with men that, well, not this guy, because I think he could take care of himself, but that her first husband basically having that working relationship together, but also where, she's basically helping him out. Now, I don't know who has more money, him or her. I would think she does, but him being a contractor, I don't know how big of a contractor he is, but yeah. I don't think any relationship's going to work out well. Yes, that's Wendell. I don't think any relationship's going to work out well, Bartholomew. Yes. I don't think any relationship's going to work out well for Wendy. She's just too headstrong, number one, and she's batshit crazy. She got Capricorn on the 7th. That just deals with her career, but where's Saturn at? Saturn's in Pisces. Oh, yeah, she's crazy. Saturn and Pisces in the 1st, ruling the 12th. And then what is it doing? It's squaring her midheaven, which means she got a lot to hide. That right there can deal with her being, secretive about who she really is. I'll just say that. All right. So we talked about Portia. Yep, we talked about Portia briefly, but yeah, not much to say about her, but like I said, she thinks that she's basically at an advantage dealing with this rich African dude, but I don't think he's really going to be breaking bread with her like that. I really don't. He don't even look like the type. And let me just put my piece in there about the fact that she got with this guy that was her co-worker's ex-husband. So according to Portia, let me just bring Portia back up. Let me bring up this picture where he has these calypso pants on, or whatever the hell he got on, these red pants. I mean, no offense to Africans, but why does it seem like a lot of African men like to wear like bright colors like that, like them red pants like he had going on? Hold on. Here he go. And I'm sorry, it's not enough money in the world.
They got a different swag over here.
Yeah, I guess if he want to be one of them Congo dandies. Do you ever see that video, Nick? The Congo dandies.
Yeah, I mean they got their tribal colors, so they try to be a little more flamboyant, and add a little color to pop off the outfit or whatnot. Distinguished, I guess. Hey, when you got $40 million, you can dress however you want to dress.
Yes, with that young little sweater he got on, or whatever, that little hoodie. I'm just like, wow, she can't do better than that. And again, that's where it's like, okay, money ain't everything. Because, and I'm not just talking about his looks. I'm just saying his whole vibe seems off to me. And what I was going to say is, so Portia is saying that she's not friends with the woman that was on The Real Housewives. Now, in my book, I don't think she's doing anything on the betrayal end. I feel like he's fair game just because she was working with the chick, and they're fake anyway on that show between each other. I don't think she's doing anything too scandalous. I mean, she got to get a man from somewhere, I guess. So she got one that was very convenient. She is an Aquarius South Node. She got one that was like right in her midst anyway. So yeah, the fact that wasn't really her friend, and that was her coworker instead. I mean, do we have to be loyal to our coworkers? That's a good question, Nick. What do you think? Should she have been loyal to her coworker and not got with this dude who was her coworker's ex-husband? Or is it okay? Is it fair game?
So you're saying it wasn't friends?
Portia is saying that's not her friend, but they are on the same reality show together.
I mean, I think a proper etiquette, like a little more respectful play a good part of it. Like, you've been working on this show for quite a few years, and you built a relationship with this person, rather y'all are the best of friends or not, and you going behind that person's back and getting involved with their ex-significant other or significant other, whatever the storyline is. I mean, it's a little class, it's a little tacky. Is she obligated? No, not necessarily. Like, it's like one of those things where if you're going into an establishment, you're not obligated to hold the door open behind you if somebody's coming. But it says a lot about your character if you do. And the fact that she went about doing what she ended up doing, I mean, it might just show who she really is as a person. And she's all about securing the bag from what it looks like. And I don't knock the game. I don't knock the hustle. You got to get it how you live. So a lot of people that's looking for financial stability. Not to say that she's not financially well off, but it's never bad to have somebody with the wealth that he has in her back pocket. And if he's willing to play the sucker, then by all means, lick him.
So that's the ex-wife right there on the right, I believe. Isn't that her, y'all? Hey, Robin. I believe that's her. And then Portia's to the left right here with him. So I guess money does a man good because he got two, very attractive women that he was able to get. And, I'm definitely thinking that was because of his money. Because, again, he's nothing to write home about. But I say, so they were friends. They just wasn't close friends. Well, okay, if that title friend is in there, then I would say that's a form of betrayal. But if they weren't friends and they were just coworkers, then I'm like, hey, that's fair game. That just means that y'all knew each other through some mutual connection.
I mean, it's always fair game. It's always fair game. It still can be classless, regardless of what you do. You don't really owe anybody anything. And in regards to the whole, how he looks and, hey, it pays to have a lot of money. You can be able to afford to get the woman that you're looking for. And people talking about how it ain't about love. It's about this, about that. I got a question for you. Do you believe in unconditional love?
I believe that some people can show it to a certain extent, but I think it's a dangerous approach to love. I believe that unconditional love should only exist like in terms of a parent and a child. And even when that child becomes an adult, even then you got to put limits on that love. But you can't be unconditional love when you got a child, even at the teenager age. Yeah. When your child becomes a teenager, you can't be all about that unconditional love because they're going to take advantage of that.
Well, let me ask you
a lot of times.
I'll say this. You made a point about parent and child. I think unconditional love fits well within that lane because that person, the child is an extent. He said Nick ain't loyal. Archie said I ain't loyal. I'm loyal. Quit playing. I'll say this. Unconditional love fits well within the lane of a parent and a child because the child is an extension of the parent. It's like you're the God. That child was made in your image. That child shares your image along with the other parent. But everything in life to me is based off of conditions. Like you're with that person under the condition they're going to treat you the way they treated you when you started the relationship with them. You look at having a job. The job was going to continue to employ you as long as you're, under the condition that you stay working at the level that you started working at when you got the job in the first place. The moment your production slows up, then your job is in jeopardy for you. So I think everything in life has conditions. Everything, rather the way a person looks, rather the food that you're eating. You can have a favorite restaurant, but they changed the recipe, they changed the ingredients to make a particular dish, and it no longer tastes as good as it used to taste. Then guess what? You're probably not going to be at the restaurant spending your money to buy something that isn't tasting as good as it used to taste. So that means your commitment to being a damn customer to this establishment is under the condition that they can perform at the level that you expect them to perform at. So I think everything in life, relationships, with in intimacy, rather it's what you're doing at your job, regardless of what the circumstances, everything is built off of conditions. Everything is conditional. Everything.
True that. Now, I gotta answer this question. I didn't realize this question was so crucial. So Nicole, she's the first super chat. And again, you could stay on, Nick, or you could do what you want at this point. You're a free agent. I'm gonna let you go. I'm not a possessive woman. No, I am. So
yeah. Hey, you let me see your chart some years ago. I know a little bit about your chart. I still remember a few aspects. We had some real good conversations about it. I'm gonna say my goodbyes. I gotta be up in a few hours to get back to studying. Okay. I'd like to say, thank you to everybody. Y'all been very, very welcome, and of course you can be welcome. We've had plenty of conversations, but I was able to get acclimated and build a rapport with your fans. Everybody's in the comment section. Thank you for the jokes, Archie, Sun and Moon, everybody. Thank you for the questions. Like I say, anytime. What? I did again. What now? Anyway,
somebody flirting. Anyway, look at that. Look at that.
Hey, I'm gonna block her. I got you. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna take care of that. Like I said, anytime you have any, lives that you want to invite me on, any type of session you think would be something that I would be interested in, like let me know, and I'll let you know if I can be able to join. Thank you to everybody.
Yeah, I think people enjoy your company. So yeah.
Oh, I appreciate
You'll be back. All right. Well, have a good day tomorrow. I'll catch up with you later.
All right. Y'all have a good night. See y'all.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. See you.
All right. So that was Nick, y'all. So that was fun. So now I got to get to these super chats and these cash apps. So Nicole, Forever Young. She wanted to know, thank you for your super chat. I don't know if you're still here, but I guess you could catch a replay. So Nicole wanted to know if my husband had sexual relations with a girl he claims is his friend's sister. So let me just get this right. You want to know if your husband has sexual relations with a girl he claims is his friend's sister. She was at his 50th birthday party. All right, let's see. So did he have sexual relations with a girl, or you could say woman, who he claims is his friend's sister? And him claiming it's his friend's sister, that don't mean nothing. I'm like, why are you claiming this your friend? Okay. She was at his 50th birthday party. Lord have mercy. You were someone's husband. My desire for you is strong, but I won't do it wrong. Okay, so you got the Ace of Swords. So I'm going to say no, he hasn't been having sexual relations with this woman. So the good thing is he's probably keeping his boundaries with this woman, because that Ace of Swords can mean that, yeah, you're going to set up some boundaries so that person can't end up, let me put the cash app up here, so that person can't end up, basically tempting you too much. So it looks like you can trust him in this situation. I would be watching that chick, though, just in case. If you start to see her pop up more and more, then you might want to start really questioning. But I'll say for now, no sexual relations. All right, who else we got? That was kind of rough. Whoa. But see, this is why I don't want to be married. I don't want to be in a relationship, because, again, I don't want to deal with all this. I don't want to be wondering why and if and is he doing this and all this stuff. I'd rather be alone. I don't want to deal with that stuff. Because that stuff really be hurting my soul. Like, it be doing something to me. Because I don't like betrayal. Oh, my Outlook is still... I keep getting all this spam now through my website. Hold on. This is a hot mess. I gotta close this Outlook. All right. So I got a Cash App from Anna. So Anna said, for love life, Sun in Capricorn, Moon in Gemini, and then you said Venus, Ascendant in Gemini. Okay, let's see. One card to describe your love life or what type of guidance I could be providing you. Yes, dealing with men is a lot of stress. It's a lot of stress, and I'm too old for that now. And it don't take nothing for a man to cheat on you. All right, I got the Page of Wands, which is telling me that your relationships could be short in duration, but also there could be this renewal thing going on. And that can really be that Gemini energy that you got going on, because Gemini, it could be a lot of back and forth. Could be a lot of, stop and go, or where you are more homies than actual, lovers, where y'all are settling down into a long-term commitment. I would say with that Page of Wands card, keep your options open as long as possible until you really meet the one that's going to be, well, it also depends on what you want, because, people have different needs in the love department. So if you just are more the type that you don't mind the casual type of connection where the two of you come together, when it's convenient and when, it's just, feasible and whatever, but y'all aren't really firmly attached at the hip, that's basically Page of Wands. And that Page of Wands can also mean that somebody could come into your life that has been dormant for a while. So again, that renewal theme. So it could be somebody from your school days, which is very Gemini. So you got that heavy Gemini energy with, oh, wait a minute. You said, yeah, your moon's in Gemini. So Sun in Cap, Moon in Gemini, Venus Ascendant in Gemini. All that Gemini energy, that is like a going way back type thing. So don't be surprised if someone from back in the day does hit you up. Could be somebody from school. All that. All right. Let's see who else we got. So Rena sent me a Cash App. So you said, I just cut off my Facebook. Is my safety an issue? Or is it Facebook or Friends with Benefit? You put FB. I'm kind of slow with this. Like, Rena, if you're still here, let me know what you mean. Do you mean Facebook or FB? So you said, I just cut off my FB. Is my safety an issue? Rena, if you're in here, let me know. I'm confused. Who's the FB? Is that Friends with Benefits or is that Facebook? Which one do you think she means? Does she mean Friends with Benefits or Facebook? Thank you, Sarah, for the super chat. So I'll be taking a request for the 2 free readings courtesy of Sarah later on after I get done the ones that are coming in now. So Rena, where you at? I'll just pull a card and I'll see. Because basically you want to know, is your safety an issue? Oh, maybe it is fuck buddy. Okay, that's probably what she means. Well, damn. That sounds like a dangerous fuck buddy. She worried about safety. I got the 2 of Wands, so I'm going to say your safety is not... Oh, I'll just say this. It's not like your safety is directly in jeopardy, but you do want to be where you are basically securing things, like make sure that if you're really done with this guy, that he doesn't have access to certain accounts, like your social media accounts. He probably knows where you live. And that Two of Wands card could be a guy that's just sitting outside of your house, waiting for you to come outside so he can, talk to you or whatever like that. But if your safety was like in a serious jeopardy, I would definitely see a different card. So that Two of Wands, though, could mean that he's just waiting on the sidelines or waiting for you to change your mind. And again, he might have some little stalker tendencies, I will say that. But in terms of him actively doing something to harm you, I don't see that. But I would still be on guard. I'll say that. And then you asked me another question, I think. And I shouldn't just assume that it's a guy, because it could be a female. I don't know if you're, what your preference is, but. So you said, what month is the best for me to plan to move to Texas? So I don't know if you mean this year. I'm going to assume you mean this year. So Rena, you might have dropped off. A lot of people dropped off by now. Now, Rena, you might have dropped off. So I don't know if I could clarify with you if you're trying to move this year. But I'm going to first look at, is it best for you to move next month? Which is probably too soon, but we'll take it from there. Damn, I got the Wheel of Fortune. Maybe you should be moving to Texas next month. But let me look and see how things are going to look beyond next month. I'm going to say this. Should Rena be moving between next month and July, the end of July? Because that'll give you a nice little window. So I got the Emperor card. So that's telling me you should make your move sooner than later. So I would say anytime between next month and before the end, I'll just say before the start of August. That would be the optimal time to move. All right, who else? Somebody else just sent me a Cash App. Jesse, thank you. Let me see. Rosie, thank you for your Cash App. All right, so let's see. So your question, you already posted your question. Let me look for you, Rosie. Damn, it's almost 1 a.m. where I'm at already. I forgot. I did get started. I got started late. All right, so let me scroll down. I'm looking for you, Rosie, for your question. Okay. Oh, I love this question. Should I change my hairstylist? I love this. Should Rosie change her hairstylist? What's going on with your hairstylist? You don't like her? You don't like her no more? She ain't laying your hair right no more. Her prices went up. All right, let's see. Should you change your hairstyle? And that's a good reason to get a reading, because you definitely don't want to be messing around with just any old body when you get your hair done. Now, I got the Four of Swords, which tells me that not just yet. Or if you want to change your hairstyle, just don't do it all quick with it. Because your hairstylist, she might be one of the best around. So you don't want to go to somebody that's, not as good as her, even though she might have good reviews and stuff like that. And again, it kind of reinforces what I said. Like, you don't want to make a mistake with choosing another hairstylist and she has she's not as good. So you have Pisces rising, Rosie. So I would just take time, do a lot of research, continue to go to your current hairstylist. But if there's something wrong where, what she's doing, I would take my time though, because that's what that Four of Swords, that's like Four of Swords is contemplation. It can mean that, you know, you really need to look at reviews and things like that. So wait a minute, what are you saying? So you said she's being a bitch? So she's not doing your, oh, she was acting funny during your last visit. Let me just pull another card for you real quick. I want to see if I can see why she was acting funny, if it had to do anything with you. But the thing is, you don't want somebody with negative energy all up in your hair. I'm very superstitious about stuff like that. So I don't blame you thinking about maybe you should get another hairstylist, but that alone, and it makes sense you got the Four of Swords, that alone is not enough, I feel, for you to switch hairstyles just because she had a bad day. Now, if it's starting to, you said she was acting weird. Now, if it's starting to get to the point where she's messing up in terms of, like, did she still do a good job, or was it her attitude? Because I got the Empress card in terms of what was going on with her, and it could deal with her love life. Is she married? No, you didn't say Pixie, being a Pisces rising. I used to call my Pisces daughter when she was a baby, I used to call her Miss Pixie. I'd be like, Miss Pixie. But yeah, is she in a relationship? What's going on about her? Like, what's going on? Because it looked like she was dealing with a personal situation. But yeah, I would give her a couple of more chances, especially if you've been dealing with her for a minute. I would give her a couple of more chances. If it seems like she's not getting her act together, then I would, you know, start looking for someone else. Latasha, I was going to ask, but I'm glad you see that's that Sagittarius in us. That's one of the first things I was thinking. This could be the beginning of the zombification, or I'll say it's starting to really get intense out here. Oh, so she has a man who's no good. So yeah, it could have been something that her man took her through that morning. I wouldn't be surprised with that Empress card. So yeah. All right. So let's see who else we got. All right. So 313 sent me $10 cash app. Thank you so much. You said, why did this younger Taurus reach out to me? Where are you at, 313? Why did this younger Taurus reach out to me? It is Taurus season. They feeling themselves right now. People are starting to act more and more like zombies. It's getting scary. Oh, you're welcome, Rosie. It is getting scary out here. Okay, so this younger Taurus reached out. Looks like basically they want to get something going on. They look like they're a little bored. They want something to get into. And they looking at you like you're the one that's going to add some excitement to their life, add something new to their life, something. So this is a person that wants some type of connection with you because, again, looks like they need some stimulation. They're a little bored. So that Two of Wands card is pointing to that. Henry said, I heard zombie, so I assume we were talking about, yeah, it's getting kind of crazy. And again, like I said, when I first started this live stream, the governor of Ohio is offering, well, I'll say he basically said, if you get the first ether shot, you could be put in this whole lottery to win maybe $1 million. Oh, I hope that pie is right. Did I tell y'all about the pie I made? I did tell my patrons. I made a lemon meringue pie today. And I made the kind that you used to be able to buy at Chick-fil-A. So I'm hoping it's ready because it took longer than what I thought to set in the freezer because you got to set it in the freezer. But yeah, I made my lemon meringue pie. Oh, let me see. I can pull up a picture of it. Let me show you my lemon meringue pie real quick that I made. Yes, I'll be in the kitchen. All right, here it is. I have pie. Let me show you my lemon meringue pie. So remember, again, for my patrons, and again, this is dealing with Taurus season, so we're taking it kind of back to food right now, and then I'm gonna get to your other super chats. So yeah, I made a post in my Patreon just about how I don't like how Chick-fil-A don't sell their lemon meringue pie no more. I used to love their lemon meringue pie. It was so good. So I found a recipe on it's actually through their Chick-fil-A site. I found a recipe for the lemon meringue pie and I made it today. So let me show y'all the results. I didn't cut it. Well, the thing is, when I cut it open, it was a little too loose. So I had to put it back in the freezer because you have to put it in the freezer for at least 2 hours to set. But my freezer's kind of packed. So I must have not been cold enough or whatever. So I'm going to see if it's set all the way. But here's my pie, y'all. Y'all see my pie? So yes, that's my Chick-fil-A lemon meringue pie. And if you can see, it got the little Nilla wafers around on the edge. And no, I didn't use a homemade crust. I was going to, because that's a graham cracker crust. I was going to get my own graham crackers, but then I forgot that Keebler has the graham cracker crust that's already made up. Oh, thank you. Yes, I made the pie. I told you I was going to make that pie. Yeah, I had to whip up the meringue and everything. So yeah, so I'm gonna be looking. I should actually go to the kitchen right now, take the pie out, put a root beer in the freezer, so it'll be ready to go once I end this live stream. So yes, that's my pie, y'all. Who wants a slice? All right, so let me go back up to the super chat. Sheila, thank you for your super chat. I'll get to your question in a minute. Archie, thank you. And then Sarah posted another $5 super chat for someone that needs a reading. So Archie, thank you for your super chat. Archie said, is the man I'm going to see in July worth my time? Ooh, I like this question. Find out in advance. Don't waste my time. I don't love you. I don't love you no more. I changed my mind. All right, is it worth your time seeing this guy in July? I'm so over you. Got no more to give. I gave it all to you. You could handle it. Oh, girl, looks like it will be worth your time because I got the 9 of Pentacles. Oh, he's probably going to treat you nice. Treat you right. Ooh. Treat me right. That 9 of Pentacles, that is kind of like a treat me right card. Let me just highlight that. That is kind of like a treat me right. So yes, it's going to be worth your time. I love that 9 of Pentacles because guess what? It can mean that a man is really into you. He's respectful of you and he's going to be patient. Like if you don't want to give it up on that, meeting him that first time, whatever, he'll be, respectful of you. But that's like he really is into you like that. And he thinks that, you could be the one. So, yeah, I like that one. All right, let's see. So, Tiffany, you asked the question. Did you post a super chat or a cash chat? Oh, there you go. Wait a minute. No, that's somebody else. All right, let me go back up to Sheila. Thank you for your super chat. So you said great move to Texas this summer. Man. Great move to Texas. Oh, so I guess you're asking, should you move to Texas this summer? Is that what you're asking, Sheila? Oh, Sheila, let me love you till the morning comes. I was never a big fan of Ready for the World. Oh, Sheila. Oh, Sheila. Oh. All right. So, should you move to Texas this summer? Okay. Mama in love with a gangster. Should you move to Texas this summer? Girl, I got the Wheel of Fortune. That's a yes. Wheel of Fortune. So, yes. Sheila, your answer is yes. And you only got a few more minutes before I log off. So if anybody would want a reading, now there's two free readings available. So this is going to be quick. So, okay, Tiffany, you already got one. So what's your question, Tiffany? Let me go back up. You said you already asked it. Let me scroll up and try to find it. So Tiffany got one of the readings, so she claimed one. And then if anybody wants the other one, oh, here you go. My funny Valentine, Tiffany Valentine. Will I meet a better suited partner soon? Sweet coming Valentine, you make me smile with my heart. Ooh, that's my song. Your looks are laughable, unphotographable. Speaking of that song, when Aaliyah was on Star Search, she sang that song for the competition, and I was like, they chose a bad song for her. They should have chose that song. It just was not a good song for her to sing in terms of her vocal ability. They should have sang something better. And she was a little too, what's the word, campy singing it. So I see why she didn't win. Is your finger lips that green? And actually, that song is for a woman that, you know, where she got a little bass in her voice. And Aaliyah was too young. Again, her voice wasn't mature enough to sing that song. But Shaka's rendition of My Funny Valentine, oh my God. It's one of the best. So will you meet a better suited partner soon? Each day, Valentine. Each day it is Valentine. Cause you gotta go deep with that. Shaka took it deep on that. She was like, day. All right. You got the 8 of Swords. Now you could look at that as two ways. It depends on what you want. Because when I see that 8 of Swords, it can mean that you can attract that type of man that's going to basically pay all your bills, take care of you, basically rescue you. And actually, if you're looking at it from that way, that could be a yes. That somebody will come into your life and take you out of this bad situation that you're in currently. So sounds like you might be currently in a relationship or you got out of one because you're saying a better suited partner soon. And that 8 of Wands, it can mean that somebody is going to come into your life and sweep you off of your feet. Hey, Patricia. Hey, girl. Patricia's up in here. Sweep you off of your feet and basically do that. Now, you can look at it from another perspective, because sometimes the 8 of Swords means that you're not making yourself available to for the right type of person to come into your life, or the right type of person could be right in your midst and you are not paying attention. You may not be giving him any time of day, even though he's right there. You may not even see him. So it could be one of the two. It could be either, yes, that, like Robin said, that knight in shining armor is going to come. But again, I really don't believe in that stuff. But again, you can just attract the type of man that is going to pull you out of a bad situation and is going to provide that better option. Or it could just mean that you're not making yourself available to someone that really could be better off for you, but maybe you don't see it that way. Maybe you can't see it because maybe you're being too superficial. Maybe you're, looking at the wrong thing. I'll say that. Yes, Connect. I love the way she killed that song. She really did. Know what other song she killed? The song she did with Guru, and I was singing it earlier. Watch What You Say. Oh my God, her voice sounds just like a horn. That's one thing about Shaka. Her voice sounds like a horn. And she even admitted, she was like, because somebody was like, well, who would you compare yourself to in terms of how you sound? And she was like, I sound like a horn. And I was like, she does. She can blow. Thank you so much for your super chat, Patricia. Patricia said, will me and my spouse's financial problems be fixed by next month? Patricia, when you get married? Were you always married? I ain't trying to get in your business like that. But, oh my God. If you did recently get married, congrats. So you want to know, will me and my spouse's financial problems be fixed by the next month? Or maybe in the next few months or next month, but we'll just see. I got the Page of Swords, which means that y'all are still going to be in the thick of it next month. And maybe even, so you say you wasn't married. That's what I thought. Hey, what year did you get married? You still going to be going through. Oh, thank you, Tara. I'll get to your cash app. Looks like y'all are still going to be kind of squeezed a bit thin, or how you say that? Y'all going to be in a tight squeeze next month, and you might start to see where things are starting to improve, but it's where y'all have to be very cautious about what y'all are spending. When I see that Page of Wands, that's like, I'm not Page of Wands, Page of Swords. Let me just type it up. When I see that Page of Swords, that's like y'all have to be very vigilant. Like, that's a card of vigilance. Okay, so you said might as well be married even though we living together. Got you. Yeah. So that does mean that y'all have to share the cost of living. Y'all have to have this balance of financial responsibility. So with that Page of Swords, yeah, that's saying that y'all are going to have to still be vigilant. And y'all might even have to come up with a strategy in terms of how y'all can get things back on track. All right. Christina. All right, let me see. I got another cash app. Oh, Taro. Taro sent me a cash app. And Taro, where you at? So let me see. Thank you for your cash app. So what's your question, Taro? Because you're next. Oh, you got into a car accident. Oh, I hope you didn't get hurt too bad. Did you get hurt, or was it just a car that got messed up? I hope you didn't get hurt. I hope it was just a car. But yeah, them car accidents, they can have you in a spot financially for a minute. Good night, Lilith. Thanks for joining us. Thank you. Just a car. Okay, good. I'm glad you didn't get hurt. But yeah, sometimes them car accidents can set you back. All right, Tara, where you at? Oh, thank you, Tiffany. All right, Tara, I'm waiting for your question. And while I'm waiting for Taro's question, who else had a question? That's because Sarah paid for another person to have a question. Did anybody claim that yet? You better watch your mouth this time. Okay, let's see. Oh, is that you, Henry? Did you claim it? So you said, I'll ask this, though. It doesn't matter if it gets answered. What will this summer bring in terms of love, money, general reading? What will this bring? Okay, let's see what card you get. I never dreamed you'd leave in summer. Okay, I got the Ace of Cups, and that can be a new connection. But that can also mean, because, we're talking about summertime, that could be a vacation. You could be going somewhere, even if it's a short little weekend trip or whatever. I would advocate you do get away, or I shouldn't say advocate, recommend that you do get away, spend some time, even if it's by yourself, and just enjoy yourself at some nice destination and really take it easy. But that Ace of Cups can be new love coming, but not necessarily. It can also manifest as a creative project. You could be doing something on the spiritual end. I don't know if you're into like doing, psychic work, psychic readings and stuff, but that Ace of Cups can deal with that as well. Thank you, Connect. I'll get to your super chat question in a minute. Thank you so much for that generous super chat. But yeah, Ace of Cups, it can mean new love, but it can even mean like a new friendship, new connection. It can even mean like a new social activity. So you join a meetup group or something like that. So you said, I am desperate to have a vacation since having to look after my father as a caretaker. LMAO. As for connections, I'm wary about vax people. So you do need a vacation. So yes, use some time, even if it's a day trip, even if it's a staycation. You know what a staycation is? That's where you stay in your local area. You might go to a little hotel resort and really just kick back and relax, get a massage. Oh, that's right. That Ace of Cups could be a spa card. You need a spa day. So let me put Ace of Cups equals spa day. You're going to get your spa day. I would even say go to one of those spas that are out of town so you can really feel like it's a little vacation. That's if you cannot take a full vacation. So yeah, go on and get your spa day. Uh-oh. Patricia said my coworker got sick after she took the ether shot. Shit. Damn. All right, Taro. You said, do I continue trying to repair my current paid off vehicle or throw in the towel and purchase another vehicle? Okay, let's see. What you got? Mercury and Capricorn? No, you don't got Mercury and Capricorn. I think I know what you got. Let me see. All right. So should you try to repair your paid off vehicle, or should you throw in the towel and get something, purchase another vehicle? That's a good question. That's always a good question. Should you continue to have this old vehicle that you paid off, but you got to get it repaired, or should you just purchase another vehicle? I hear you, Robin. I got the Two of Pentacles, which tells me that it's time to purchase a new vehicle, because what that Two of Pentacles is saying is that you're going to constantly be putting money in for repairs. So you might as well just cut your losses and put that money towards a more reliable vehicle. So the Two of Pentacles can often mean like an improvement, like things are on the up and up, or things are on the better, or also it could deal with a better alternative. And the Two of Pentacles can deal with new situations, including new contractual agreements. So Two of Pentacles, I would say yes. Get another vehicle. Even if it's a used vehicle, that's better than having to continue to put money into the old vehicle. And you probably are in need of an upgrade. That Two of Pentacles could be an upgrade as well. All right. So hopefully you got that answer, Taro. All right. Connect. So thank you for your super chat. So you said, should I open a boutique or just work from home and save money? That's a good question too, because that can, you could be torn between the two, especially in these days and times with the, the ether, and we don't know what's, lying ahead in terms of the future, especially for brick and mortar establishments. So it's good that you're damn, that pie looks good. Let me get this off of the screen because I'm getting hungry. So let's see. Should you open a boutique or just work from home, online, save money? You got the 9 of Swords. That's online all day. 9 of Swords. So that's online as opposed to opening up the boutique. Because when I see that 9 of Swords, I just see orders coming through your inbox, your inbox being full of orders. And for those who have taken my tarot class, that's what I talk about with that 9 of Swords. Sometimes the 9 of Swords is not bad. It could just mean you're getting a lot of messages. You're getting a lot of orders. You're in high demand. So yeah, do the online and save money. That's the best bet. You looked at the pie and went to the kitchen, right? Hell yeah. Actually, I'll be right back, y'all. I'm about to put a root beer in the freezer, and then I'll be back to answer the rest of the questions because I got to have my root beer right. All right, I'm back. I just took a little lick of that pie. Oh my God, it's so good. And I grabbed myself a couple of olives. Anybody like to eat olives up in here? They got these olives at my grocery store that I go to, and they're like in a little snack bag, and it says green olives with olive oil, garlic, and thyme. I have to admit, they're pretty damn good. All right, who else we got? Sheila has another question. So, Sheila, let me get to your question. And then for somebody that want to take that free question from Sarah, but let me check my Cash App and make sure nobody else Cash App me. Oh, here we go. So thank you for your Cash App, Yari. You said, should I go into the nursing field? Good question. I'm sorry. I'm going to take a little olive right here because I am like super hungry. I guess that dinner didn't. Oh, all I had today was a chicken salad sandwich. No wonder why I'm hungry. Oh my God, that olive is pretty good. Okay. So, should you go into the nursing field? See, I like food that got a little funkiness to it, and olives got that little funky taste. Funky town, won't you take me to funky town? That's why I like Swiss cheese and stuff. Won't you take me to funky town? Now, I'm not that big on blue cheese, though. Blue cheese is a bit too funky for my taste. It's not just about the funkiness, it's also the texture. Sometimes that blue cheese is a bit too powdery in your mouth. So should Yari go into the nursing field? Sarah, you like those giant green olive stuff with blue cheese? Yeah, they're a bit too funky for me, though. But I do like some funky food. Oh, you're welcome, Taro Storm. So I got 9 of Wands for should you go into the nursing field? That 9 of Wands, that's telling you to be a little cautious about that. It's really asking, first, I would like to know what is your whole reasoning for going into the nursing field, because that 9 of Wands is not really a card that's conducive to nursing. And it's kind of telling you to be a little bit cautious about what you're getting into. Because once you get into the field of nursing, and I got, I'm pretty sure I got some nurses in here, and they could tell you that, nursing is no joke. And number one, you really got to have a heart for it, because if you're just in it for the money, then that could be problematic. Nursing is one of those fields. There you go, Latasha. Yes. Nursing is one of those fields that if your heart's not in it, then after a while, that money's not even going to be worth it. And nurses can make really good money. And that's what attracts some people to that field. And then they'll find out later on, like, oh, shit, I actually got to work. I actually got to, I got to be this selfless person and all this type of stuff. And again, after a while, that money may not seem like such a incentive when you really got to put in that work. I have to give it to y'all nurses. Like, I could never be a nurse because I just don't have, number one, I don't have that bedside manner. Number two, I be fucking shit up all the time, clumsy as shit. I be knocking over the IV things and all types of stuff. I would trip over the IV thing and I would be yanking it out their arm by mistake. I'd be a hot mess as a nurse. I could never. So yeah, I think some of these people that get into the field of nursing, they might get into it simply because they see how attractive the earning potential is. But then they find out like, wow, I'm not cut out for this. So I'm going to say for you, Yari, I'm not saying don't go into the nursing field, because I don't like to be so definitive with these one card readings when it's a serious question like this. I'm just going to say, make sure you really are sure that this is where your heart lies. This is what you really want to do with your life. Because again, you don't want to, go through all that education and training and all that type of stuff, the clinicals and all that stuff, just to find out that this is not who you are. This is not where you should be. And when I see that 9 of Wands, that makes me think, that's telling me that you're a bit apprehensive about this and that you should be, because maybe it's not your calling. Tara said, you kill someone, your career is over. I hope so. Because I'm like, damn. But you're saying even on accident, right? Robin said, TikTok nurses. Robin said, I did accidentally inject their morphine in my ass, right? Miguel said, hey, Miguel, I used to go to school with girls who cheated in their nursing classes. I wonder how many of their patients died. Oh, you love olives too? That must be that Taurus thing, huh? But yeah. Tara said, unlike cops. So nurses are held more accountable than cops are. Sarah said, I was in nursing school, but the C word hit and I discovered I'd be better with my own salon and in business. Robin said, malpractice is the leading cause of death. Yeah, so Yari, just know full well what you're getting into. And also there could be other options where you're still working in the healthcare field, but you're not going all the way in terms of being a nurse. So see if you can find some other like alternative. All right, who else we got? I think Sheila was next. So Sheila, you said, does Cancer Man spy on me because he wants a serious relationship, or should I move on? Cancer Man. All right, I gotta pull up a new picture because that pie is just calling me. Hold on. Oh, I'll show y'all this picture. Remember I was telling you about how I knew Tupac's father? I found this picture on a YouTube video. Oh, let me just open this. Hold on. Speaking of even though this is a bad picture, you can't really see it. But I'll just put this up here real quick. So basically, to make the long story short, so you see that woman right there with the white shirt, that's Tupac's father's wife. And she was my sister's ex mother-in-law, if y'all understand that. So basically, my sister married a guy, and she's his mother, my ex brother-in-law, and she married Tupac's father. So that's how I met Tupac's father back in the day. And I met her too, his sister. As you can see, she looks a lot like Tupac. So yeah. Looks like I got younger now. But yeah, that's so as you can see the resemblance between Tupac and Tupac's dad. His name is Billy. But anyway, just wanted to let you know I found that picture on it was this good Tupac documentary. So Sheila said, does Cancer Man spy on me because he wants a serious relationship, or should I move on? Well, him spying on you, that's a problem. Let's see. I got the Queen of Cups. So it does mean he wants a serious relationship with you, but I don't know with all this spying. What do you mean by spying? That's kind of creepy. But maybe you don't mean like in a bad way. I'm just saying all that spying I don't like. But yeah, he does want a serious relationship with you with that Queen of Cups. All right, let me just try to find another picture. Wait, there was somebody else I wanted to talk about. So we talked about Ellen. We talked about, this. Did y'all see this? Somebody sent me this in my Patreon. And I'm going to pull up this video. Hold on. These olives are good. I don't know if y'all are going to be able to hear the volume, though, because y'all couldn't hear it last time. But we'll try. All right, I'm going to play, and y'all let me know if y'all can hear it. Can y'all hear it? If y'all can hear the video, press a 1. This is about the magnet challenge. If anybody heard of this, y'all can't hear it. I don't understand why it's not allowing me to. Before y'all can hear it, damn. Hold on, let me see what's going on. I wonder why it's not letting the volume play. I have it all the way turned up. Y'all still can't hear it? That's weird. All right, let me play the I can play the subtitle. I don't have my Bluetooth device. Let me just make sure it's off. Yeah, it's not even connected. Yeah, magnet. He's saying the magnet is sticking to his arm. That's where he got the shot. But then this magnet going to stick to that arm, which kind of like ruins his credibility. But then again, those magnets are stuck there. Y'all calling him a magneto? I mean, this ain't funny. Okay, so if because this audio wasn't working, I put the subtitles up. But basically, he said he got the ether shot, and now he can put magnets on his arm, and they just stay there. And other people are doing the same thing. Let me see if I could just pull up the magnet challenge. Oh yeah, there's other people doing it. All right, let's see if she let's look at, and again, I don't know why it's not playing the audio. But she has closed caption. So let me pull up this. Hold on. Your TV cut off. That's weird. But there it is, y'all. She's not the only one. Oh, wait a minute. She's actually discrediting it. Wait a minute, is she? Oh, I think she's actually discrediting it. Why can't I pronounce that word? Discrediting it. She's basically saying that it's not true. I'm confused. But I didn't have to share my audio settings before, but I did have to do a reset of my my Google, because it defaulted to Yahoo, so that's probably what it is. So I probably have to give you Google or something permission to use my I don't know, I'll figure it out. But yeah, that's crazy. So did I miss anybody super chat? Because I gotta go. Let me see. I can look on this other screen. But I don't know. That's just something to think about. Did my other laptop froze? That's something to think about in terms of getting that shot. And more companies are like really trying to persuade people to get it. And it's just kind of weird to me. Like basically the way this vaccine was rushed. My bad. The way this vaccine was rushed. And how they're acting like it went through the full stages of testing and all this stuff. And just to remind people, these shots are still in the experimental phase. They've never been discrediting. They never officially tested on animals, from what I know. They never went through all of the trials that they're supposed to go through. And basically, the FDA never officially approved it. They just approved for emergency use. So with all that being said, you just might want to think twice before just allowing somebody to basically shoot you up with anything. Because how many people are actually looking at the ingredients of this stuff before they're allowing somebody to put it in their arm? I mean, you really got to think, would you just allow somebody on the street corner to shoot you up with something, but because somebody got a white lab coat on, it's okay? Like, people, we really got to wonder. We got to think, like, are we holding these medical professionals to be like having godlike status, or that, that one group, I don't even want to say the name, that, the initials begin with a C, ends with a C. Are we supposed to treat these people like they're what's the word? They're incapable of committing egregious acts against the public? Are we supposed to just trust these people? Again, in my opinion, I might as well go on a street corner and have somebody shoot me up with heroin. That's how much I trust this substance that they want to put in your bodies. I'm like, I might as well go, get shot up with meth or something. Either way, I'm not trusting none of it. I've never been cool with, taking anything like intravenously as an adult in terms of something where I'm not sure what it is. Even though I did get caught out there when I worked at the homeless shelter, they basically told us that we had to take a Hep B shot. And this was before I was like really informed about all of the crap that they put in this stuff. So I went ahead and I did get the first round of the Hep B shot, but there was no reason for us to get that. Again, I was working at a homeless shelter, but you only get Hep B either from intravenous drug use or sexually transmitted diseases, like sexual transmission. You really don't get Hep B from any other area. Maybe if I don't know, but from what I've learned, the main sources of Hep B, hepatitis B, is sexual activity and intravenous drug use. So why were they making me and my coworkers have to get the Hep B shot if we weren't having sex with these clients? Maybe they thought we were. But I'm just saying, there's a lot of stories that are coming out about people having these adverse reactions to this stuff. And again, we don't know what's in this stuff, and we have to stop blindly trusting these people that claim they have our best interest in mind and that they're just concerned about the public health. Because truth be told, there's a hidden agenda behind this. It's not just about health. It's not just about this ether. The ether is basically a smokescreen for what they're really trying to pull off. That's all I'm going to say. And I'm going to leave y'all with that. I think I did get to everybody's super chat. Yeah, I think I did get it to everybody. Let me just double check real quick before I let y'all go. But it's getting scary, though, the way they're making people, or I'll say the way they're really pressuring people to get this done. And I am concerned about them forcing it at some point. All right, so Sheila, I answered yours. What about that second question from Sarah? Does somebody have a second question, or did I answer that? I know I answered a question from Tiffany, and then did I answer somebody else? Yeah, all of a sudden now they care about the community. Exactly. Irrational says, same as the shingles and HPV vax, you didn't have to get before, now you do. Yep. Yeah, it's all oddly strange. It really is. We are living in a mad world. So, it's a perfect topic to end tonight's live stream with, just the fact that they're trying to force this on us. And they're not trying to force it outright right now, but they're trying to persuade us to get it. Oh, Krutika, okay, what's your question? Did you already post it? I just can't believe people are so trusting. Like, you have to question authority. You have to question authority. I mean, and people must not have been paying attention in history class in school, because stuff like this has happened. Not exactly this way, but you can't ever trust governments. You just can't. If you know your history, government is not in power to really, uplift the people and really do good for the people. You do have some governments that are the exception to the rule, but the more power that a government is able to get, usually the more corrupt they become, usually the more tyrannical they become. So again, we have to stop so Miguel is saying they pay you $100 to take it in Wyoming. Yeah, we have to stop just blindly accepting what these people in power are telling us. Do y'all not think that people lie, especially these people up at the top? That's the thing. It's like the average person that believes this stuff, they think that these people are incapable of lying. And again, I said this like last year during one of my live streams. I was like, we've been conditioned to believe that lying is bad, so we don't expect people up at the top to lie to us like this. Maybe during election time, but once the person gets in the office, all of a sudden people act like the person's not lying to you. Unless it's somebody like Trump, then they'll call him. The whole thing is confusing when it comes to these people that just totally believe everything in the media, because they could call Trump out as being a liar, but they can't look at other politicians and other government officials and see that they're lying too. And some of these medical professionals and like this Fauci motherfucker, the little ugly little goblin, like you can't see that this fool, he's been caught in lies and discrepancies and contradictions. Like none of this, I mean, come on, none of this stuff makes sense. And people just blindly accept it. It just amazes me. But anyway, people don't want to think for themselves because, that takes work, takes effort. So Kritika, you said, did my Aries mom due to vaccine? What? So you said, did my Aries mom due to vaccine she had COVID? I hope you don't mean the D word like death. Please don't tell me your mom passed away after getting that. Where you at, Krutika? Because I just felt like my heart just sink into my stomach. Okay, you said, I was shocked when my parents took the shot, but I was helpless because they are responsible for their choice, but it's a huge loss for me. Virgos be government slave. So you said, but I'm trying to understand your question. So you said, did my Aries mom, due to vaccine, she had wait a minute, is that your question though? That's what I'm trying to find out. Robin, I feel the same way. Yes. They will use the next stimulus I feel that way, or they'll either use the that universal basic income. Oh my God, Krutika, stop. Are you serious? Oh my God, I am so sorry, Krutika. Oh wow. And how long did it, like, when did she die? Like, how soon after she got the shot? That's why I'm telling you, my heart sank to my stomach when I read what you, and I was like, I hope she don't mean what it seems like she's saying. Oh my God, I am so sorry. See, this is hitting too close to home. This is hitting too close to home. Oh my God. So you want to know if it was the shot that basically did it? Oh, wow. I'm really going to have to end this live stream off after this, because I'm like, so she died in 18 days. Oh my God. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to have to end it. We're going to have to end it on this note, because I'm going to have to take a walk. Probably not outside, but take a walk around my living room just to like process this shit, because again, this shit is becoming too real, y'all. It's becoming too real. So did that shot have anything to do with her passing? Lord have mercy. And this is what I'm talking about. And actually, I was telling my daughter this the other night. I was like, to me, taking this ether shot, it's like you might as well be playing Russian roulette, because that's what it seems like. My voice, I can't speak tonight. That's what it seems like the statistics are pointing to, because it seems like it is getting around to like 1 in 6 people are having adverse reactions, and maybe 1 in 10 people or whatever are actually dying. We don't know for sure yet, because the stats really aren't out. We still need more time, but I don't know. This does not look good. And like I said, I'd rather just take my chances with my immune system than to play Russian roulette with my body. Because I feel like basically people have a 1 in 6 chance of something bad happening as a result of them getting that shot. So that's all I'm going to say. It's like you might as well be playing Russian roulette with a 6-shooter. You got 6 chances, 6 bullets in it. I mean, 1 bullet in the chamber. You got 6 tries. Do you really want to take that risk? All right, so let me see. And then you say your dad got lung fibrosis due to the C word. Wow. Okay. I'm about to pull a card. So I got the 10 of Wands, and I would say yes. You know why? Know what I see that as? Krutika, I see that as an overtaxed immune system, where her immune system was just, it went through the roof and maybe had some type of horrible reaction. And next thing you know, so I'm not going to say that it definitely caused it, but I'll say it had a lot to do with it. That's what I'm saying with that 10 of Wands card. That's all I'm saying. Because when you see that 10 of Wands, that's like a buildup of something. So you could say it's a buildup of toxins in her body even. And some people can get it and be perfectly fine with it. Other people might get it and suffer adverse reactions. Other people might get it and that be basically their ticket out of here. That be their death sentence. So I'm not saying that, oh, anybody that gets it, they're going to drop dead. But nobody knows about the potential long-term effects of this as well. Nobody knows about the potential long-term effects, and you're going to roll up your sleeve and allow somebody to inject you with something. You don't know if it has some time release agent in it where it's really going to start acting up in about a year or 2. This stuff is going to remain in your body. How are you going to get it out? But again, some people might have a problem with me saying all this because you might have got the shot already and all this stuff, and I'm not trying to scare you and all this stuff. Actually, I'm trying to scare people that didn't get it so you won't get it, because again, I'm just saying from a very practical standpoint, why would you play Russian roulette? Why would you take that risk when it comes to something that you don't know what's in there? Robin said it alters your DNA. Latasha said it doesn't matter. They'll get it and have to take a booster every 6 months. They're killing people. Yes, I feel it. Yes. Call a spade a spade. That's how I like to call it. And that's how I very much see things. This is a mass. And I don't even want to vocalize it like that because I know how YouTube and the algorithms are. But this is basically a mass culling. Maybe if I use the word culling, the algorithm won't pick up on it because maybe that AI ain't as smart as me. So I'll use the word culling. A mass motherfucking culling. And that is all I'm going to say about this. And that's basically it. I think I did get to everybody's super chat. Kritika, again, you have my condolences. And I feel so bad for you. And I'm sorry that this had to, it went that way. But yeah, hopefully I was able to help you to get some insight on that. But I hope you're able to get some peace. I hope that, and I know it's going to take a while, but I hope you can make it through and that, you know, you're able to get some type of inner peace through this. So you wanted to know, will your dad live for 2 or 3 years as he got lung fibrosis? Sure, I'll answer that real quick. Now, I really don't like answering questions about a living person's pending death, but since you phrase it in the term of living, I can answer that. Aw, I love y'all too, Robin. But yeah, this shook me up. Wow, this was some heavy stuff. So will he still be around? I'll say 2 to 3 years from now. But I'll just also say this. Oh, yeah, I was supposed to talk about Marie Holmes, but I'm going to get to her some other time because now I'm not even in the mood because of the news that I received. All right, let's see. I'll just say this, Kritika. Value the time that you have with your father as much as you can. Spend as much time with him as much as you can between now and, you know, the future, because I'll just say this. His prognosis in terms of living beyond 3 years does not look too good. I'll just leave you with that because you did ask, and I'm just going to give you with that. You got the 6 of Swords card in response to that question. And again, this is getting way heavy right now. So I think I'm going to just close out now. And anybody that's been contemplating getting it, maybe just watching this video and hearing some of these stories, especially Kritika's experience with her parents, her mother in particular, maybe that can help you to make up your mind. But yes, peace, many blessings. I'm out. If you would like a reading, you could go to my website at Rahbinah.com. And I'll be back soon with some more videos. And Patreon, stay tuned. For those who submitted birthday reading requests, I will be working on those starting this morning and throughout the rest of the weekend. All right. Love y'all. Peace. Many blessings. I'm out.